shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who want to steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. You got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Econ. Go. DeFeo. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
SCO, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Now me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
Oh, little girl, psychotic reaction.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is 5 Gold Rings. Copy that. It's 10-4. Over and out. 10-4. Happy 10-4 day. Copy that. And yeah. Good morning to you guys. I just saw the note in there from, who was that? Roadster guy says Casey SPV EXP at all-time high. So let's go over and take a look at that real quick here, because I hadn't been watching it because you mentioned it real quick here. I just want to take a look at this real quick. But what I would encourage you to do is go back to a, you can actually find, if you go back, there is other places you can find this, this ticker on the internet. And there is more data beyond 20, I think it was 2017 is the furthest back that Webull reports. But as far back as Webull reports to 2017, it's the highest it's ever been. And you're right, starting to shoot up some more. I just want you to know that this has been much, much higher in the past if you look it up on other locations in the web. But you're right, though. Since Webull's been reporting, it is definitely at one of the highest values it's ever seen right now. Good point. Let's see what we got going on for the day. There's a couple different things that have been mentioned to me as well that are kind of interesting things that I'm taking a look at on the side as well. Let's go out to a 30-minute time interval real quick here, and I kind of mentioned to you guys that I felt like I think it was this morning here on the 2nd. So three days ago, I kind of mentioned I felt like the price was kind of going to move in this direction in the next following days, and we had a little bit of a deviation. Actually, both this day and this day here, like I had a downwards movement followed by an upwards movement, and then ultimately trending upwards. Now the overall trend is heading that direction. I was right on the trend direction, except for I got the days off on the direction on the pumps. So it was actually an up move first, then a down move, and then continuing upwards here. So we are heading in that right direction. I have us closing at about 449 for the day today, and I can already tell you that's going to be my prediction on price. I was kind of leaning towards 450 for a close, but I think 449 is going to be what it is. The reason I say that is we were up 6 pennies yesterday, up 1.37% to 443, and it seems to me like it would be kind of, I guess, not unusual for them to want to do another 6 penny day again and close this out at 449. So I can tell you right now, right off the bat, I'm already leaning for 449 close. Let's see. Too tired. Let's see, 449. So I'm gonna go 404 to 494. 404. Let me put it in here. 494. Cool. All right, I already got mine down. Good to go. I just want to throw that, get it out of the way, because I'm pretty much confident that that's where I think we're heading for the day. We had an interesting pokey stick of volume this morning. Look at that volume stick. Going nowhere. When have we ever seen this happen before, guys? In all this time that I've been covering this, I don't think I've ever seen our pokey stick show up and look like everything else that's on the page here. Like there's always been some kind of range of volume in here. And or not range in volume, range in price, and nothing the same.
but it had 55.9 thousand shares in volume, which is pretty high. All things considered, we had about 1.3 thousand shares going into it, which means we ended up having about, 57,000 shares total. Still light volume. There's no way that I can say anything more than 1 to 20 million in volume. I can't go higher than that. I might be able to say like 5 to 25 million. Let me just see what we did yesterday in volume. What did we do yesterday? Yeah, we did. What's yesterday? The 3rd. Yesterday we did 5.8 million in volume. I feel like we should be seeing more volume than that yesterday, and I suggested to you yesterday, I think, that we would see just slightly more volume than what we had the previous day, which was 5.4 million. So we did see about 400,000 more shares. I think we'll see a little bit more volume again today. I'm going to go ahead and increase my volume prediction just to give myself some upside room in case something might happen with some weird volume at the end of the day. Who knows? And say 5 to 25 million in volume prediction. I feel like I'm doing everything out of order today. But yeah, 5 to 25 would be my volume prediction for the day. All right, let's do this. Let's get into some numbers here. Let me see. Good morning. Richard was really excited this morning. Richard got first on in the live chat. Congrats. I don't normally say congrats to anybody on the saying it out loud, but I mean, nice job. I guess you've been trying for 3.5 years. You got it. You just had to get Brian Carpenter to sleep in one day. Let's see. Mike Claypool's putting in a 469 prediction. Nice. Mike, that's a little high. I'll just write that down just for the fun of it. Why not? Nice. 469. All right, let's do some numbers. Let me take you guys over the other screen here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I will comment on this real quick. Grub says, can't believe Tampa lost last night. I didn't have an opportunity to watch it because I was watching the movie Joker, which there's like so much I want to say, but like there's so many different ways where I feel like I can get myself into a trap of like saying something that I shouldn't say unless you'd seen the movie, right? Like I don't want to do any spoilers. Let me go to the back of the big tramp and we'll talk about it after the numbers. We'll talk about Joker. I'm going to say, first off, I'll just say before we do though, I really enjoyed the movie. I really enjoyed it. There was two. I counted. I literally counted. There was 2 songs in there that got over the top because you guys know how much I don't like musicals. There were 2 songs in there that I felt like could have been cut out. The scenes needed to be there, but the songs could have been cut out because they were just kind of over the top. But in the end, everything fit together perfectly. So it's hard for me to say I would want those to be taken out because they fit. So who am I to judge artistic whatever? Joe says I didn't enjoy it. Blah. I liked it. It's dark. It's dark. It's dark. Yeah. Joe, I've seen you in videos with your kids, and I can understand why you would say you didn't like it. You don't seem like the kind of guy that would like die. You seem like a very positive, upbeat kind of guy, and so I would totally understand why you would say that you didn't like it. Joe, it just doesn't seem like that. You're a bubbly kind of guy. You're upbeat. I get it, man. You don't seem like a dark kind of person. So, yeah, it's dark. It really deals heavily in... Well, let's do numbers. Let's just do numbers. Yeah, I can imagine why... it makes perfect sense to me, Joe, why you didn't like it. I get it. It's not... Maybe it's not for everybody, because it talks... I mean, it's talking about, like, the dark side of people. and nobody wants to talk about that, right? Like, because that's, we all got to hide the terrible stuff all the time because, it doesn't make us feel good. And so we just, we hide it. But that's what it's talking about. So let's do numbers. Let's talk about numbers because numbers, they don't. Oh, my glasses. I got to clean my glasses. They have no emotions, those numbers. They cause emotions. But the numbers themselves don't have emotion. At least I don't feel like they do. Somebody could probably convince me otherwise. Price prediction tally points. What do we got going on? So did anybody get it yesterday? Did anybody nail the price prediction at 443? Everybody missed. It was close, super close. In fact, Tech was off by a penny. Nano was off by 2 pennies. I was off by 3 pennies. Apex was off by 12. Nobody got it. So we're still in a tie, a 4-way tie here. The person leading the week so far is Nana with 20. She's been off by 26 cents over 4 days. I'm in second with 32 cents, so I'm trailing behind her by 6 pennies. And then behind me is Apex with 43 pennies and Tech at 63 pennies. So it was kind of crazy because Tech was 1 penny off from getting it yesterday. If he had gotten it, he would have been the last place predictor for the week and would have moved directly into first place. And a tiebreaker wouldn't even really be a thing unless somebody nailed the price today. But that can happen. It can totally happen. You can have a bad week for a couple days and make a comeback out of nowhere, which is kind of makes things exciting. Oh, wow. Yeah, so nice job, Tech. You certainly improved your overall average guessing for the week by having such a great day yesterday. Yeah. Cool. Moving on. Oh, wait, I got to add the points in here. Hold on a second. Let's see. Short exempt volume. Let's see. All right, short exempt volume. We've got, it was 59,000 shares yesterday. Very, very, very low number. Today, the number's coming in at 119,000 shares. So that 1% doesn't work. This is a good example of why it doesn't work. 119,000 shares. What I feel like they do a lot of times is they kind of push over volume. Like some days they hold back a little bit from marking a short exempt, and then another day they double up on it. Day over day price change. Yesterday we were up 1.37%, and we have a little bit of a drop, I think, in utilization. It was 36.36 yesterday. Today it's at 36.12. So not really too much of a drop, but it did drop a little. Moving on, we have max pain. 450. 450 was max pain for this week, and next week and then the week after is 5. I don't expect it to change. I think 450 would be exactly where it's going to be today. Yep, 450 it is. Next week is currently sitting at 450, and the week after is sitting at 5 still. GME 2150. They closed at 2120 yesterday, so 2150 will be probably where it stays. 2150 it is. Next week was supposed to be 21. It is. And the week after, 20. Still is. Exchange traded volume. Normally, I would expect to see about 64% of our volume going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. Yesterday, we had 60.54% going through off-exchange, EDGX at 6.87 for a grand total 67.41%, or about 3.41% more of our volume going through those exchanges than normal, which means that there was a little bit of a suppression or a non-realized increase in price due to some of our volume getting pushed through these off-exchanges. So we probably could have been up a little bit more than that 1.37% that we were up. CHX volume was 847 shares, nothing unusual about that. Let's take a look at borrow fees and shares available to borrow. Yesterday, I kind of left it around like 10 o'clock. Let's count up how many total shares there were borrowed yesterday on AMC. When I left, there was about 300,000 shares borrowed at that point through IBKR. Let's count it up here. Let's say 2, 3, 4, 4. Nope, I'm not counting that one. 3. That's all there was. There was only 300,000 shares borrowed up until 2045 last night. So in a 24-hour period of time, just 300,000 shares. Available amount of shares, well, actually, let's count up how much now. Currently, we are looking at 300,000 again today, so far. There's 1.1 million available. Fees are at 1.5 and rebates at 3.33. Taking a look at GME. Exchange traded volume through CHX was 3,037 shares. Nothing unusually high about that number. Borrow fees coming in. Let's see, total amount of shares borrowed. We had, there was a reporting yesterday of some additional shares borrowed. Yeah, there was 50,000 additional shares borrowed yesterday. So we're looking at 450,000 shares in 24 hours from 2045 to 2045. Today, so far, there has been 300,000 also. So AMC and GME exactly the same amount. There's 550,000 available. Fees are at 0.43 and rebates at 4.4. Institutional ownership. Yesterday on AMC it was 122.375 million. Today is at 121.684. A little bit of a drop there. On GME, 103.368 million. Today is being reported at 103.365. So just a tiny dip. About 3,000 shares returned. Moving on. Let me take you guys over to the other screen here and we'll take a look at the rest of the data after I move some screens around. Kind of interesting to see Stonko Tracker reporting SSR on AMC this morning at 0. I don't know why. Sometimes their system kind of throws out bad data. I don't know what the deal is, but it's not correct. Let's see here. Let's start with options on AMC. Highest amount of call volume and open interest was 30.8 thousand contracts at $5. It's still the same number, no change. Highest amount of put volume yesterday was 8.1 thousand contracts at 4.5. It's now 7.4 thousand contracts. There was quite a few put contracts closing out yesterday, which could be part of the reason why we saw such a bullish move, where we did hit 450 at one point yesterday before coming back down and closing out the day about 7 pennies lower than 450, so 460 or 443. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 450 and 5 by the end of the week. So a 449 close would probably, I think that might be a little bit of a win for puts maybe. So maybe 450 is the right number to be picking. Ugh. Makes me want to rechange my numbers here just a little. Don't do it, Casey. Don't do it. Stick to your gut. I don't know what to do. Dang it. All right, moving on. Open interest for next week and the week after. Just documenting real quick what those numbers are, in case we need to go back and look later. GME. Highest amount of open interest yesterday was at 20. I think it was at 23, and 21. I think was the put, or no, maybe it was 22 on the put side. I don't remember, but I'll tell you what it is now. Highest amount of open interest closest to where the price is trading is going to be 23 on the call side. On the put side, it's actually going to be higher than where the price is at 22, meaning the market's kind of targeting 22.50, which would be a pretty decent sized push, considering that they closed at 21.20 yesterday. That would be $1.30 up to get it to close around 22.50. So maybe we see a little bit of a push today. I don't know. Max Pain is 21.50, so Max Pain is suggesting not so much the case, but there are a lot of contracts out here, and if some of these puts start closing at say like 22, you could see price start rocketing upwards. Document all the open interest for the next 3 weeks, for the next 2 weeks. Okay. All right, let's take a look at Ortex data. Here's our small decrease in utilization from 36.36% to 36.12%. That usually means that the on-loan amount is going to drop, but it doesn't have to mean that. It did, however, drop from 62.61 million shares on loan to 62.34, so we're looking at 0.27. Seems about right. Yeah, 270,000 shares having been returned. Forgot to erase this. 270,000 shares returned. Quite frankly, I don't think that's going to change the estimated short-share interest of the free float too much as a percentage. But let's see how many shares in Ortex is estimating was closed out. They are saying there was about 40,000 shares having been returned in short interest. That might be enough to drop it by 0.01 on that estimated short-share interest of the free float, which went from 15.25 to 15.24. On-loan average age per day. I mean, even if they did return really super old loans here, I really can't imagine this number's got to be rising. Yeah, it rose from 32.54 days to 32.59. This kind of tells me, since there's not a whole lot of activity here in the security lending volume, which we're probably going to look at this and it's going to be probably a low number, very low number. There was only 1.17 million shares in security lending volume. What this kind of tells me, guys, is that most of the loans out there, like the on-loan average age, since it's barely moved up here, it means probably majority of the loans are kind of near that top end of the average. So the 32.59 is probably some of the older positions that are open right now, and loan positions. That's what it's telling me, because it didn't really move all that much. They might actually even be a little bit younger than this day, because every single day that they age should be driving this up a single day more, right? Like every single day. So if every single loan is driving up the average age per day up a little bit, then that means that maybe some of these averages are actually lower. Majority of them are probably lower than the 32.59. but it still did move up. GameStop. We have, let's see what we have here for numbers. Utilization on GameStop day over day. It looks like it might have dropped just a tad. 28.75% to 28. Oh, it went up a little bit. 28.77. The on loan amount increased then, I would assume. Nope, didn't. Went down from 50.77 million shares on loan to 50.16. So about 610,000 shares returned. It's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float a little bit from 9.92 to 9.89. The on loan average age per day should be going up. It did. It went from 36.78 to 37.26. Security lending volume slightly increasing day over day from 4.81 million shares to 5.44. SSR. So we know price closed yesterday at 443. Oops. Which means that SSR trigger price is 3.987, which means that it really triggers at 3.97, not 98. Oh, no, 3.98. It would be 3.98. So $3.98 is going to be the tripping point for SSR. Not that that's going to be a thing, but since it's not showing it up here, I just figured it out for you. No option data showing up right now on Stonko Tracker for AMC. On GME, SSR triggers at $19.08. There is no option data as well on GME, so nothing to read off there for you. Actually, I should probably check GME's numbers to see if they're accurate. Let me just try something real quick here. I want to verify the SSR and see if they've got it accurate on this one. 1908 is correct. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. Holy moly, what the hell just happened? When did this start? 8:20? Like 10 minutes ago? What is the market's got to be like absolutely rocketing right now. So rates, bond yields, just went way up. And it dropped the VIX a lot. Wow. Well, that's certainly going to increase the risk in the marketplace. Yesterday, when I was reading off the numbers midday to you, MMRI was 242.13. It's now 252.02, driving up 10 points. It's a big jump. It's a lot of additional risk in the marketplace. 251.71. I wonder what just happened. There must have been some kind of auction. Another auction went off. Yeah, they do. Auctions are 8 o'clock in the morning. I think I just talked about that yesterday. Yeah, so that's about right. That's about when it started taking off here. Interesting. Are banks failing? What's going on here? VIX showing up at 1943. With, we'll look at futures here in just a second. Oh, what's the spread between the 2-year and 10-year? Looks like it gapped. They're really close now. 0.084. Yesterday it was we started out the day at 0.142. We started out the week at 0.169. Half since the beginning of this week, half the difference of where we were at has closing. The gap has closed in half the distance between the 2-year and 10-year. Are we going for recessionary round number 2? This will be a first ever in history. Wow. All right. I mean, I just read off VIX to you. 1947 futures are suggesting 2065, which means there was over a full point difference. But the VIX is down overnight, which means the market's going to be moving upwards. And with that big VIX drop that we just saw, that'll certainly be causing the markets to start moving upwards. Nikkei is up 1.57%. Hang Seng up 2.68, starting to take off on the Nikkei there. It looks like it's moving pretty good as well. Nifty 50 is down 1.09. Our markets are up right now anywhere from 0.13 to 0.65, depending on what it is you're looking at. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's go with the Mag 7. Probably all in the green. Yep, all 7 are in the green right now. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out in the pre-market, because I feel like that would be a pretty significant move. I see nothing. Oof, a lot of red page here. Gold down 0.54, took a little bit of a dump here. Down 0.51. It took a big dump on that which I can only assume is an auction, bond auction that just occurred, Treasuries auction that would have occurred, and took a big dump, but is trying to make a recovery back up off of that. Silver is down 0.94, and same thing with this. Ethereum Classic is took a little bit of a dive as well, also trying to make a recovery. The US dollar is down 0.11. Where's this trending? Overall trend is down. I mean, the trend currently is up, but the overall trend here is down, and it almost looks like it's in a descending parallel channel, which typically speaking will break out going upwards when it breaks the levels of support and resistance. Maybe not. Yeah, I'd say it is. There's a little bit of data here that was just slightly out of it, but I think it's pretty close. It does look like a descending parallel channel to me, so it should break out going back up here. The question will be is when. Oil in the pre-market this morning is up 1.48 on a very healthy trend up. I say healthy. That's not. I don't even know if I want to say that's healthy. On a it looked like a nice looking trend upwards here. I don't want to say it's healthy. Yeah, it actually is healthy. On a 5-minute time interval, it's at the RSI is at 50.55, so it's not hot. It's got room to move. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.49. Actually, those are yesterday's numbers. I don't want to read those yet. SPY is up 0.64, definitely getting that boost when the auction, Treasuries auction went off and is taking. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. 52-week high is 574. It's at 571. Tesla is up 2.25, taking some really strong movement upwards. Amazon is up 2%, trending upwards. Cinemark is down 1.8% in the pre-market, but it's only traded 3 shares so far, and it's not really representative of perhaps maybe the trend or the direction it may be trading at later on, but it is currently showing down. Doge is up 2.2% and trending back up after an initial move down. Bitcoin is up 0.85 and also took a little bit of a trend down on the initial number. I guess it's got to be a Treasuries auction that must have gone off. I'll probably go to Twitter here in a minute and look up and see what people are saying, but that would be my best guess. GME is up 1.66, trending up. Well, maybe it will get that $1.30. HYMC up 4.87 in the pre-market this morning. Boy, what bomb went off? I really am curious. NCMI is not yet traded. It was down 1.33 yesterday. Hood is up 1.47%, trending upwards. AMC is up 0.45, and not really moving. It's consolidating right now where it's at. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, there's approximately, or for yesterday, was approximately $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 68,000 shares traded so far this morning. I'm really expecting somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares traded for the day today. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.22, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.53. Which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 57.29, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.6, which is slightly above average. And with that, I yield. I heard that. And with that, let's see. I think I don't see anything else going on here. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp, and anybody who wants to talk about the, if anybody did see the Joker, we can talk about it. Let's see here. Oh wait, Ichimoku. I forgot How could I forget Ichimoku? Hold on a second. On a 1 hour. Lagging line is above price line, conversions above base. All we have to do is break through this cloud for the day-to-day to see some short-term buying pressure kicking in, which would be at $4.50, because everything else is actually in a buy signal right now because it's not in the cloud. Lagging line's above conversion, or lagging line is above price line and conversion's above base. This is a buy signal until it makes it up into the cloud, which will probably happen right at market open at 445. It's at 444 right now, so it's pretty much right on the edge. But it would have to break 450 to really become a strong buy signal today. So 450 is the magic number on the 1 hour, which is the same number we had from yesterday. On a 4-hour time interval, we have lagging line below price line, conversion below base. In order to turn this around, we definitely have to see price moving up above the cloud today, which is going to be around 468. So I'm going to put in 470, which is the same value I had yesterday. 450 and 470 is the spread on where that buying pressure is going to kick in, which means that there's a dead zone in here. And you can see it on the 4-hour cloud because it literally is saying at 451, there's cloud all the way up to the top portion of this. So this cloud right here is representative of both the 1 hour and 4-hour period of time where there's a dead zone in that range of 450 to 470. So yeah, a break above 470 would more than likely cause additional buying pressure to kick in today. And I heard somebody walk back in here. Rugged, good morning. Do you have news? Is there some news?
Yeah, just a little bit of, I think what we're missing here is those job numbers, maybe. I'm just thinking out loud right now.
Job numbers, okay.
I think it's the job numbers, Casey. Yeah, Casey, I think that they were expecting 150,000. Yeah, 150,000. We come in with 254,000. Yep.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference. Yeah, Casey. Yeah.
U.S. non-farm payroll.
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about?
It sure is what we're talking about, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me just check something out here. Let's see. "13 minutes ago. U.S. non-farm payroll surge, beating expectations and bolstering the U.S. dollar. The U.S. economy witnessed a significant boost as the non-farm payrolls, a key indicator of job creation, exceeds expectations. The actual number of people employed in non-agricultural sectors during the previous month soared to 254,000, a considerable rise, from the forecasted 147,000. This robust, I hate that word, and I use it too. This robust employment growth, which excludes the farming industry.
Casey, are you gonna
Hmm.
you gonna robust, Casey?
Oh, yeah, that word it's been.
You love it. You like the word almost like moist.
The
You like that
semiconductor
word too.
industry has always been my place for like knowing what the future key industry words for businesses are going to be, right? And robust was like, I feel like robust was hot in the semiconductor industry like a decade ago, and so the only reason it's annoying for me is because everybody it goes downhill, right? So like you have to sit there and listen to it for like a decade, and it's like, they're like these neat. There's another one that's coming. I guarantee you, and if you haven't heard it yet, I'm guarantee you it's coming. It's lean. I'm sure you've heard it. Lean, lean, lean. Everything's lean.
Yeah.
Or Six Sigma. One of the other. It's gonna be
Yeah.
lean or Six Sigma. That's gonna be the next one. And it's only because I've heard these like over a decade ago, and it's like I know it, and it's that you just keep hearing the word over and over and over, and it's like everything's lean this, lean that, and it's just
Like buzzwords,
it gets,
like
yeah, they're
circle back
buzzwords,
and
yeah.
things like that.
It's just like, oh, if I just want to, if I and it's annoying.
Are we dripping now too, Casey? Or just totally dripping all over the place?
I wouldn't care if I didn't have to hear it for a decade. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But when you have to listen to it for 10 years, like people, and then because it just it rolls downhill. Like they start using.
You can change your channel now. Your channel name now to KC Robust Shop.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna call it lean.
Oh, okay.
Casey's going lean. Because that's what you do, I guess. After you go robust, is you go lean.
Yeah, lean, mean. Yeah, almost like Mean Gene. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, if you really wanna, if you haven't started hearing lean around your workplace, I challenge you to start using it. Watch how fast people start noticing you. They're like, "Oh, this person knows something." It's funny.
Well, they also, you can associate the word lean with a mixture of codeine, cough syrup, and Sprite. And that's what they call leaning. Like, if you're, I'm driving and I'm leaning to the left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I got my scissor. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Well, we'll see when. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have any information about the movie because I haven't seen it yet. So.
That's all right. It's good.
But I think it looks. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Melissa and I both gave it an 8 out of 10, and
8?
I can't say anything beyond that because I was telling her last night, I was like, how do I talk about this and not give away stuff? And she's like, I don't think you can. I was like, I don't think I can either.
I think you can maybe remark on the performance of individual actors. But
right? Yes.
That's about it.
Yeah, and that's what I did. Now, last night I went on Twitter and I tweeted out something. Let me read what I said. I said, it's going to be difficult for me to explain my rating without spoiling the movie. Both Melissa and I gave it an 8 out of 10. It doesn't feel like a musical except for 2 songs. And this is just my opinion, right? 2 songs that were a bit over the top for me. Some fears that I had going into the movie. I hate musicals. You guys know that. I've said it on many occasions.
Yeah, me too.
And I said it felt more like they were quoting lyrics from songs to express emotions or deal with feelings. It didn't feel like, I know they were singing, but it didn't. And usually most of the time they would start out like just kind of singing, but it was just like without music. And like it was almost like if you ever, you've probably, I don't know, maybe you've done this, maybe you haven't done this before, but if you're like in a certain situation and somebody says something and you just start singing some lyrics from a song that reminds you of whatever the moment's making you feel like. That's what it kind of felt like a little bit, but then they just took it a little bit further than that by, doing more than just like a sentence or something, or not a sentence, but like instead of just doing the chorus, they would also do the verse too, or whatever.
Okay. Right.
But it never felt to me like it was it never, there were, a couple times where it felt like song and dance, specifically the 2 times that I'm considering or referencing, but a lot of it was stuff that was like happening in their head. Like, and they made a very good point of pointing that out in the movie to you. It's not like you knew that it wasn't real. It was just something happening in their head in the moment. And when you start to understand that what's happening in their head in the moment is separate from what's happening in the movie, that it makes sense.
It's relatable.
Yeah, it's very relatable. Yeah, you ever daydream before? Like, that's what it's like. It's like it's like a daydream. Like you're daydreaming about something. Did you ever see the movie? I just and Melissa mentioned something last night that kind of keyed me in on this, but she didn't even see the movie before. Did you ever see what was that Punch movie?
It's older.
Punch something that I told you last night.
Punch.
Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch.
Oh, I don't. No.
Did you ever see that movie?
No.
Oh, well. If you haven't seen that movie, then I can't really help you.
Yeah.
But if you have seen that movie, some of the things that happen are kind of like that a little bit, but not quite the same. It's more low key, way more low key than Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch goes off onto these like wild tangents, and Leo says great film. Yeah, Sucker Punch goes on these like massively wild tangents, and Joker doesn't really do that, but it is kind of that thing where it gets into the head kind of thing. Like it goes into the head and just kind of talks about, the feelings that they're feeling in the moment. So, but I like that aspect. And then I think the last thing that I commented on here was, I wasn't sure Lady Gaga would play a good Harley Quinn. I think she did great, except I really wanted to hear her say puddin'. And that's a spoiler for you right there. She never once says puddin' in there, and I really was hoping she was going to say that at some point or another. Never happened, and if there was one thing that I wish that movie had changed, it would be that part. I really wanted her to say puddin'. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then you don't.
Well, all I would say is that I'm not a big musicals guy either. I'm definitely not. You're not going to catch me watching the Sound of Music anytime soon again.
Yeah, it's not a Sound of the Music. It's not Sound of Music kind of. No, I never felt that way about it.
Yeah.
I don't even think I would. For everybody who's calling this a musical, like I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing this as a musical. There were 2 parts. Like again, like I said, there were 2. I counted them on my hands. I kept the numbers on my fingers because I wanted to be like, okay, how many times am I going to feel uncomfortable in this with the music part?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Oh, this. Yeah, and I got twice. Twice is what I got out of a
like uncomfortable, like sitting there watching a sex scene with a parent or something.
No, uncomfortable. Like I don't like musicals, and this is starting to feel like a musical.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But if you can get past those 2, see the thing is the scenery or the what's the word I'm looking for here? The scene that you're watching as the quote unquote kind of musical-ish part is occurring makes sense later in the movie, and so you go like this. It was needed. It was needed, but as much as I didn't like it, it was needed for later. So it makes sense in the end. In the end, it makes sense, but I felt uncomfortable because it was, it felt musical-ish.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like it plants some seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Barcode says bonds are going to re-invert. Yeah, we're going to... Yeah, I think you're right, Barcode. And historically speaking, I don't think we've ever seen that before in history. Like, we've never gone from inverted bond yield to normalized back to inverted without having some kind of major recession in there before. So I don't even know what to make of it, honestly.
If Bar was my last name, that'd be a pretty cool screen name. I think it's pretty cool user handle there.
Barcode?
Yeah.
If he's a lawyer.
That sounds good. Could be that too. Yeah. Actually, there is someone named that. Andy Barr. There's Barr Integrated Environmental Consulting and Engineering Firm. There's the Barr Center. It's a student learning center. The School Improvement Network. That's pretty good.
See, Thorbladed knows exactly where I'm going. Thorbladed works in the same industry as I'm talking about, and he knows semiconductors. And he says, start talking about 5S, and you might get promotion. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Talk about 5S. Go to your work. If your workplace has not started talking about 5S, if you start talking about it before everybody else does, like guaranteed promotion coming. What's that? Is
that like Sigma or something like that?
No, it's 5S. It's lean. It's a lean methodology.
Okay. 5S like sort, set in.
Here, I'll just
5S. Lean.
Yeah, it's lean. It's a way of
sort, set in order, shine, standardize, sustain.
There you go. Yep. I can never remember what they are off the top of my head, but that's what it is. So I just pull it up. So it's a workplace organization system that originated in Japan and is widely used to improve efficiency, reduce waste, and enhance safety. The 5 steps, each starting with the letter S, are sort, set in order, shine, standardize, and sustain. And it's just simply a lean methodology. And that's the other thing too is that a lot of these different key, like this whole robust and all that other stuff, it all came from Japan. It always comes from Japan. That's where it always comes from.
That's a Kaizen way too.
Yep.
Yes.
Deep dive's an old one. Deep dive is an old one. Yeah, that's an older one. That's even older than robust. Deep dive. Deep dive came before robust. So it was deep dive then. So if you're on deep dive at your work right now, start using robust and 5S and lean. If you start using those words, you're gonna get a promotion here in no time.
You get a promotion, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll be ahead of the game. Everybody like, who is this guy?
I'm gonna put on an earpiece. Yeah, I'll put an earpiece on the next meeting. You just give me the words, and we'll work out a little arrangement. So.
Tell your boss you want to get your Six Sigma certification.
Right. Yeah, I want to get my green belt and my black belt and my purple belt.
That one drives me so nuts.
Yeah.
It's like, how do we come up with something really cool? How do we come up with like an efficient using the word efficiency? How do we turn it into something cool? Oh, let's call it something after like karate. We have belts.
How about efficient lean becomes effing lean, bro? You know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all just wordplay.
Mm-hmm.
I says, I use those words and people think I'm an ass kisser. Yeah, well that goes hand in hand with being promoted.
You watch your superiors get all moist when they see you using those words. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Preacher's coming in with the IT jargon.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's like, I've been there, done that. I've been out of the loop for a couple of years now, so I don't know what the current words are.
We're gonna do a round robin maybe this morning too, and a powwow, and a lunch and learn, and what else?
See, Nana's going 406 to, so she's going with the 451 close, 496. Apex said he posted his above. Let me see what Apex put in here.
Sounds like an exciting day there. Sounds like excitement ahead today.
Well, this is day 2 working on the roof.
Oh.
So Apex is going for that middle, right smack dab on the 450 close. And then let's see what I got Tech in here for. Tech's got 450. He's doing what Nana's doing. He's doing a Nana 451 close today.
I'm hoping for at least 469. I can't resist.
406 to 496. You know what's crazy to me is that there we got 4 people doing price predictions, and there's only we're covering 3 pennies.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's sad. It's sad when the market's like this predictable. Like, where is the I don't know. Where's a competitive market here where you know, buying pressure and selling pressure makes a difference in price when you can just go like, oh, it's gonna be 450 today, because it screws everybody else over.
Yeah.
None of this has anything to do with actual buying pressure or selling pressure. It's not based off of demand, supply and demand. It's just simply, how do we screw people out of money? That's what it's all based off of.
Yeah. Yeah.
It reminds me that, was it The Wolf of Wall Street or something like that, where he's like, we don't know nobody knows what the price is going to be. We don't care about that. That's not we're just trying to get them to make trades. That's all it is. The more trades they make, the more money we pull in.
Yeah.
70% of IVs made in Old Fort, North Carolina. I worked there for 5 summers. 5 summers as camp counselor. The whole factory is destroyed. Probably headed up there in a supply caravan this weekend. The government is effing. He's effing Appalachia. There. Okay, put in the second part. Kenny sets the price. Is any of this legal? Absolutely effing not. Daniel says.
It's legal if you can pay enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's probably one of my most key takeaways from Gary Gensler when he talks about payment for order flow for best execution, right? Like, he's not talking about best execution for retail. He's talking about best execution for the financial sector. He's saying, how can the financial sector make the most amount of money? And it's through payment for order. He's not talking about us, retail, at all. He's literally talking about how the financial market can make, institutions can make the most amount of money from best execution.
That's their job, right?
Yeah. Well, that's how they make their money.
Yeah. It's a SEC though. They're not after the retail. They're not trying to look after the retail investors.
That's his. But if you look at his core objectives, his what do they call it again? This is another one of those key words, and I always forget their mission statement.
Values,
right? His mission statement, his core mission statement is about retail.
His core value.
Yeah, if his core mission statement is about retail, then it shouldn't be about how to put more money into the pockets of financial institutions. That shouldn't be it.
Why do you think he taught at MIT? What was the benefit there? Was he trying to score women? You think that's what it was all about?
I had never considered that. Do you think there's a lot? Yeah. Do you think that's a thing? That's
yes.
Yeah,
I think I think professors like to become professors because they like young women.
They like teaching?
Oh. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Not hopefully like not. I mean, I'm more at the college level. Hopefully, not like grade school level. But that would not be ideal.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you're on the guy side. Then, please.
Yep.
I always find it a little strange when there's like this smoking hot woman teacher who like assaults like a 14 or 15-year-old teenager. And I'm like, assaults? What? Are you sure about that?
I mean, it is from a perspective of, that shouldn't be happening.
Shouldn't be.
Yeah. But I understand where you're going with it. Like it's obviously consensual from the boys' side or whatever, right? For the most part.
Yeah.
But some people would argue that, oh no, they shouldn't be thinking about those kind of things at that age.
Oh no, not at all.
We are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel says that's what Leo says in the beginning of The Wolf of Wall Street when he's talking about the penny stocks. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about trying to just get people in and out, forcing trades. It's a vacuum cleaner for brokers. I think I sent you a message about that just the other day, didn't I, Rugged? I said I learned a long time ago penny stocks is not where it's at.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's literally just a vacuum to try and pull in a bunch of lottery ticket gamblers is all it is. It's how do we get people to come in, flood in, make a bunch of trades so that we can just suck in tons of money in our brokerage company.
Yeah, I wouldn't plan on if I was doing that, say it was, and you want to have sufficient enough money that you could do pattern day trading, so that you could get in, get out, and do that to me is even the bigger crime, is that you're restricted on cash settlement and things like that.
Yeah.
And that's where they can get you.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot of stuff going on in the background here. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but
I don't hear anything myself, actually.
Okay. Juan says, Casey, how was the movie? We got done talking about it just a little bit ago here, but I'll tell you what. I'll just tell you it was an 8 out of 10. That's pretty much all I can say. I can't really say much more than that. I know, Juan, if you're the same as me and you don't like musicals, I counted on my fingers and I held them up the whole time because I was determined to figure out like how many songs in there I felt like were over the top, that I couldn't, like, were unbearable. I got 2 as a result. But in the end, the cinematography and the things that were happening in the moments made sense later on and needed to be there. So yeah, I could have just done without the music and the singing and all that kind of stuff on those 2 parts. The rest of it really felt more like, if you've ever been in a moment where you're either daydreaming and a song kind of like goes into your head and that you just kind of like start humming the words in your head kind of thing. That's what it felt like. Yeah, Melissa and I both gave it an 8 out of 10, Nana. In fact, I can't say anything else. I want to say more here. There's so much I want to say. I can't even say it. I'll say that. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out a way to say this. there, we would have probably given it better ratings. Except for one thing. That's it. That's all I can say. It would have gotten a better rating from us had it not been for that one thing. In fact, I think if it hadn't been for that one thing, Melissa would have given it a 10 out of 10. My reasoning for giving it an 8 out of 10 is not the same as Melissa's, by the way. Mine is more because of the music part of it, that I just, there are the two parts, like I said, that I didn't really enjoy. I also was sad that, Harley Quinn never called Joker Puddin'. That's a big thing for me. I really needed her to say that at some point or another, and it just didn't happen.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow. You like the pudding?
I don't know. There's something about the way that, I just feel like Harley Quinn has always said, like, "Hey, Puddin'," or something along those lines, and it feels like something she's just always done before, and I just felt like it needed to be in there, and it just wasn't. And I wanted that.
Could Melissa call you Puddin' and that make you feel better?
Probably not. But I don't agree with the ratings of like a 60 something. What did it get? Let me look it up here real quick here on Rotten Tomatoes, because I really don't agree with the
66.
Yeah, I want to say it was like it was really low, but that was from the critics, right? The critics were giving it a low score.
Oh.
39. It's at 39. Okay, and actually the so far the popcorn meter is actually really low too, at a 37. I'm surprised, and it could. I'm trying to. Now that's confusing to me. I wouldn't be surprised if that 37 doesn't go up over time, but I liked it. I don't understand why such a low rating.
How often do they update that number? How often do they update their numbers?
I would imagine every day.
So I don't know if it's real time or.
I'm really surprised. I'm so surprised by this that I'm almost willing to go rate this myself to get the number up a little bit, because I don't think that's fair. I think it's a very unfair rating.
You think it's rigged?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like usually not. So let me just see what.
Another site.
Somebody said. So I'm just going in here to see what they said, right? And okay, I'm reading through. I don't want to read anything here that's going to give away anything, so I'm just kind of silently reading through these. But everybody who's giving it a down rating right here has like no artistic. I don't think they have an artistic bone in their body. They wouldn't know. They wouldn't know a Van Gogh if it hit them in the face.
Starry Night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't want to read any of these, because there's don't go reading the what people are saying about the movie, because it'll give away stuff for you.
Yeah, I'm on IMDb. Not very good.
All right, see, now here's a 5-star.
Maybe I am insane. Maybe I am insane. And maybe it's time for you to find out how insane I am. Yeah.
Listen to this 5-star.
Are you a hot dog, a grandstander, a showboat, and a prima donna? But you're a liar, too. I think that your time is done, and I think that the spotlight should go on top of me. Yeah.
Censored content. Good morning. I just want to read this 5-star rating here. They say don't believe the low ratings. Beautiful cinematography and compelling story. Amazing performance by Joaquin. I'm probably saying I always say his name wrong. Joaquin Joaquin and Gaga, go see it for yourself. I highly agree with that. Don't. I think if you've got any kind of, if you like to think from a movie, go see this. If you're not a thinker and you just want entertainment, and you don't want to have to kind of, what's that racing dude's name again? The racing car series.
Dale
Earnhardt? No, the movie series. The Fast
Fast and the Furious.
Fast and the Furious. If you're a Fast and Furious fan and that's your kind of movie and that's all you care about and that's and what's the actor? What's that bald-headed guy's name again? Van Diesel. If you're a Van Diesel fan, this is not your movie. This is not your movie. Don't go watch this because you need to be a thinker if you want to see. If you want something that's going to leave you walking out saying like, "Wow, that was intense." That's what you.
I thought
and this
Sucker
is what
Punch was a really good movie.
Yeah, I did too. Sucker Punch was a great movie. This is. I don't want to say this is like Sucker Punch, but there are some aspects to this movie that kind of make me feel like it's Sucker Punch in some former context. If you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about when you see it. I didn't think about it until after the movie.
I read a couple of reviews, and I get where they're going with it without seeing it.
But I think that's the problem
here. I've heard good reviews.
I think a lot of people went to go see this expecting to see something. They were expecting a Batman movie, is what they were expecting probably, and they got a Thinkers movie and something that challenges you to have feelings and emotions and understand why people react the way that they react, and it has depth.
From what I understand, without seeing the movie, the first Joker movie was you watching the Joker, and this movie is more or less being inside his head.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, but if you're a Van Diesel fan, and those are your kind of movies, this is probably not going to be...
Van Diesel.
Yeah, his van. Yeah.
Van Diesel. That's what I call him. Van Diesel.
It sounds like Papa Mac calling Nana. Nana. It was funny. I like when you meet people from different parts of the country. People sometimes have different words for things and pronunciations. It's always kind of amusing. The American dialects.
Yeah, Joaquin.
The Macho Man stuff was for you, Rug.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. Thank you for.
You came in really hot and heavy on the Randy Savage. So here's some music. I got music for you too.
Yeah, yeah, that's my theme song. I make my grand entrance to that one. Yeah. The Intercontinental Championship.
Former Intercontinental Champion of the World, Macho Man Randy.
Nothing.
Nothing
means nothing.
Nothing means nothing. What do you mean by that?
I'm talking about all the way to the top, yeah. Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in, but the cream will rise to the top. Oh,
yeah, that was a good. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Unjustified. Yeah. I could go for a madness type of
thing. If Nacho Randy Savage is your kind of guy, you might not enjoy this Joker movie.
Hey, sometimes you want to skip the going out on a date and just go right to the strip club. I'll tell you what.
Oh, man.
Do not. Yeah. Pass go.
AMC Hawkeye says 100% you have to have seen the first Joker to understand the whole plot. I would agree with that. Like, if you went into this and... Like, part of me wants to agree with it, and part of me wants to say, like, well, I feel like you could see it as a solo by itself. But You'll certainly feel. I think you'll appreciate this one a lot more if you do watch the first movie. I would agree. But Donkey Kong says Casey's saying this movie is not for. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying some people are entertained by art, and some people just want fire and
Yeah, those people.
fast cars and that's cool because I like that stuff too. I'm a big huge fan of. Well, I like a little bit of both, which is something like Matrix, right? Like the Matrix is awesome because it's a little bit of fire and action, cars and guns and all that kind of cool stuff. But then it makes you think too. So it's like it's a little bit of everything, which is awesome. That's really cool, and it's got great cinematography. So I mean, that's what makes movies epic like that. Joker's not. I mean, this one's not like. I wouldn't say that it's really action packed, but there is some action, but it's not like huge. It's not a huge portion of the movie.
Okay. Sounds like you're buying a Playboy instead of a Hustler magazine. A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not backpedaling. I'm not backpedaling, but Donkey Kong. I'm just saying, like, I don't think there's any substance in movies like Fast and the Furious. There's literally no substance there. It's about enjoying substance over visuals.
But what does it do? What does it do for the box office, though?
That's a good question. We'll find out.
Isn't that truly what we care about?
Yeah, I think that the general public will enough people will say enough good things about it that people will want to go see it. I know it's getting bad ratings, but I think enough people will say enough about it that people will be slightly intrigued and go see it. If you had to, so if somebody sat me down and say like better or worse than Beetlejuice, I would say like way better. That's actually a really good one. I should ask Melissa. Hold on a second. Hey, hon, Beetlejuice or Joker 2? All right, you don't want to answer? Huh? All right. She didn't really want to answer that one because she doesn't feel like it's a fair comparison, but she did go with Joker 2.
Is she going? She's answering like the SEC would answer a complaint that we submit.
Yeah. Yep.
That okay.
Yep. Juan says, "What? I really liked Beetlejuice 2. I'm telling you, I think this Joker 2 movie is better. But again, like I said, you got to be it's a little bit of a thinker. Got to be into thinking movies."
I assure you, Casey, everybody in the chat and in the back of the Big Tramp is a full-fledged intellectual. We need to fill our tanks with intellectual, thought-provoking juices.
You know what? Sometimes, all right. So here we go. John Wick. There is not a whole lot of substance there. Sorry, just not. But I love it. I love it to death. It is freaking awesome. The last John Wick. I can't believe they're coming out with another one. I thought he was done. After this last one, I was gripping onto, I don't know how long that movie was, but I felt like I was gripping onto my seat the whole time because it was just, I was so like, I felt like I was in the freaking movie. Like it was so intense and it was just nonsense. I was exhausted after I got done watching the last John Wick movie. I was thoroughly exhausted. And last night, I wasn't gripping onto my seat, but when I got home, I was emotionally drained. I came home and wanted to go to sleep almost immediately because it was just kind of like I just felt like I had been I had my brain massaged and it was tired. I needed water and some rest. So I don't know. I'll tell you what I do know. It's just about ready to get the day started.
Oh, yeah. I hope you picked out a nice song for us on this lovely Friday, Kate.
You may not know it, but yeah.
Hey, I'm pretty good at knowing the variety that you play. I'm a pretty good overall in the variety area segment.
Well, it's got to be a little fuzzy, right? So it is fuzzy. Let me tell you. It's got some fuzz guitar in there for sure. I never heard of this band, by the way, before. So
I will. If I recognize it, I will.
What's the name of the song? I went back and I listened to a bit at the start, and it was kind of familiar, but I didn't listen to the whole thing.
Yeah. I don't mind telling you what the name is. The name of the song, I got to pull it up one. Psychotic Reaction. That's the name of the song.
By who?
Count 5.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
You know what's interesting to me, and I kind of want to do some research on this song a little bit after, because this is actually the first time I've ever heard it. But it was interesting to me because there was a couple different spots in there where I felt like they were either they were pulling from, maybe like, gosh darn it, why can't I think of the name of the group?
Doors.
No, dun 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 dun. Can't get no satisfaction. Why can't I think
Rolling
of the stupid
Stones.
Rolling I felt like they were either pulling from Rolling Stones, or Rolling Stones pulled from them. And if you listen to it really carefully, you're going to hear it in there. Now that I've said it, you're going to hear some Rolling Stone stuff in there. And so now I want to go back and look them up, because I don't know if they came before or after the Rolling Stones, but somebody stole something from somebody there. And I say stole, but I would say like took some artistic cues or
like
creative
that's like that. It's like that April Wine song. I want to rock or whatever. I like to rock.
Yeah.
Where they've got the Stones and the Beatles and what else do they have in there? They got 3 different bands plus themselves.
Hmm.
And it's like a copy of 3 songs and just mash it together.
Yeah. Well, let's listen to it. So I will see you guys on the other side of Market Open.
All right.
See you guys in a bit.
discovery.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is 10-4. The title is 10-4. What? Yeah, 10-4. Over and out. 5 gold rings. Copy that. Welcome to 10-4 day. That's a walkie-talkie term if you guys don't know it. So yeah, good morning to you guys. Let me head back over to the back of the Big Tramp. We were talking a little bit about that song going into it. I mean, he literally almost outright just says right in there, can't get no satisfaction. I mean, I don't know which song came first. Let me look it up here real quick because I'm kind of curious now. We were talking about it, so I got to look it up here. Let's see. The name of that song is Psychotic Reaction by Count 5. Let me see. Let's see if that's complex search here. Okay. Wow. Psychotic Reaction. This is really, really close. Psychotic Reaction by Count 5 was released in June of 1966. I Can't Get No Satisfaction by the Rolling Stones was released earlier in 1965, June of 1965. So literally a year later, this group Count 5 released Psychotic Reaction. So I guess Rolling Stones was first to the punch. That was meant on purpose to say that way, by the way. Yeah. So good morning, guys. Let me. I'm in the back of the big. It's like everybody that was in the back of the Big Tramp took off all of a sudden. Rugged, welcome back.
Yeah. So yeah, because we can't hear the song. So.
Oh, okay. I was like, everybody left. We're just talking about. Doesn't that sound like it does? It has some Rolling Stones kind of feel to it, doesn't it?
I think the world might be a better place. We can go back to that music decade there.
Yeah, I sometimes feel the same way. I tend to agree. Pumpy says, "Why green?" Well, we had the market job report come out. I have a feeling it's more than just this, but the market report came out for jobs unexpectedly way higher than what non-farm payroll, by the way, increasing way more than what the general consensus was. Was it? It wasn't quite double, was it? It was probably quite a bit more.
It was 254 versus 150.
Okay, so 100,000 more. Oh, Discord's low. Let me boost you guys up here a little. There we go. Boosted.
Boost.
Test.
Tickles.
Yep. Testicles. Test icicles. Let's see here. 8:39. We got 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Let's go back. I don't know if I want to go back over the Joker again, but the Joker movie was a great movie. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a thinking movie. You got to put your thinking cap on. It's not just action. So expect some artistic creativity, and throw those thinking caps on because I think that you're gonna need that. Yeah. This is what I posted on Twitter. I said it's going to be difficult for me to explain my rating without spoiling the movie. Both Melissa and I gave it an 8 out of 10 for different reasons, though. Mine was because I'm just not really hip into musicals, and some of the down rating for that came from that, and the other part was I just wanted to hear Harley Quinn say puddin', and she never said puddin' in there. At least I don't recall it. And so I know that's just a lousy reason to give it a downvote, but I was just missing it. It was like I felt like I needed to have that. And then some of the fears that I had going into the movie that I walked out of, I can kind of express to you without giving away anything. I've already expressed to you guys that I'm not into musicals. It felt like more like they were kind of quoting like lyrics from songs to express emotions or deal with like feelings that they had that were going on in the particular scene. Like I'm sure like maybe you've been in a conversation with somebody before and they'll say something that triggers you to want to say like a lyric from a line of a song. Well, they go a little bit further than that. They maybe do like a chorus and a verse of the song. They don't really go through. I don't think they went through the entire song. If they did, it didn't feel like it. It felt like clips from songs, but whatever. Anyways, that's kind of what it more felt like, except for two of them. Two of them were kind of went above and beyond and made me feel a little uncomfortable with it, feeling like a musical. And I would, but I felt like the cinematography that was happening during those periods of time was important for later in the movie. And then also, I wasn't sure about Lady Gaga and whether or not she would make a good Harley Quinn. I was really worried about that. That was one thing for me that I was just kind of sitting there going like, I really like Harley Quinn, and I don't know how I'm going to enjoy this. She did great. She did a great job. Like I said, though, and it's not her fault that she didn't say puddin' at some point or another, but so I guess it just wasn't written in the script. And but I think when everybody's had a chance to see this movie after about 2 weeks, we should talk about it, because I think it's going to be. I'm curious to see what other people's perspectives are on the movie in general. And if you have seen it, without giving away anything, how did you feel about it? I know we had Joe Pounce come in this morning, said he didn't like it. Now I know Joe a little bit, and he's kind of a bubbly, upbeat kind of guy, and I just don't feel like he's the kind of guy that would enjoy something that's a kind of a darker subject matter, or talking about depression and maybe like some of the dark things of people's nature. So I fully understand why Joe didn't really like the movie very much. That makes sense to me. UPS delivery guy says, your mic sounds nice, Casey. Yeah, I see what you did there. Volume up for who? Me? Or for AMC? I would say not. I don't think the market's planning on any additional volume today. I gave a prediction of somewhere between 5 and 25 million. Dry Cuff is saying, I know it. I know that's not right. It's a musical, and I don't want to call it that. If I had to liken it to something that I've seen before, and it's not really a good representation, but if you've seen Sucker Punch, it's kind of sort of like that a little bit, where like they just kind of go off on these like tangents a little bit, but it's nothing wild and crazy like Sucker Punch is, where it's like a full-on story on the side story. Nothing quite like that, but it's just kind of like little tangents that like lead off into maybe a little bit of music or something. But it's never felt there. I shouldn't say never. Twice it felt awkward. The rest of the times, okay. I didn't have a problem with it. Grove says, damn, WTF happened to oil? Yeah, I think there's something else going on here besides just I think those specific numbers that came out this morning, I don't think are entirely related to what we're seeing going on in the market here. But you're not wrong. Oil is way down right now. And usually that means the market's going to go down. Here's an interesting fun fact for you. The move that we're getting this morning coincides with a little bit of a VIX move that we saw. But check this out, though. You got to see this. the VIX took this dump right about the same time that the bond yield started driving upwards. And what I want you to notice that's important about this is that the VIX is currently showing 19.25. We're not in the numbers yet. We still got about 15 more minutes here, but the VIX is at 19.25-ish, right? And the futures are suggesting that it should be about 20.47. That means that even though this VIX took a big dump here, the VIX futures are still saying that it should still be back up here in this range up in here. Right up in here. Kind of where it closed at yesterday is where it's suggesting that it should be. So this may be a very temporary move. And we might actually find a reversal on this before the day is over. Or it might hold until the end of the day and maybe lead into a reversal going into next week. But I don't think these numbers that came from the non-farm payroll is exactly what caused this to happen. And oil is probably a great place to be looking at that and saying, like, yeah, something else is going on here. Something stinky, right? Doesn't quite make a whole lot of sense. Well,
yep.
My volume may be a little bit lower right now, but I can guarantee you that it's the same exact settings. It's just that, yeah, I can boost me up a little bit, but it's not.
Turn me up, yeah.
I don't want to turn it up too much.
There's a go-kart place that used to be in my hometown, and the go-kart controllers that could basically individually turn up the throttle capacity of each go-kart, like from their station, and people be like, "Yeah, turn me up." Kind of, it's just sort of a funny thing that we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Pirate in there? We got UPS. Yeah.
Good morning, Pirate. Good morning, UPS delivery guy. Somebody was asking where are we at in the timeline right now, and today I've got us showing up under. I have something in here I don't want to have in here. Here we go. Oops, that wasn't right either. Hold on a second. There we go. What you see on the page here is GME and Chewy, and where we're at on the timeline is a controller, skull, and a crying kitty face. I can just try and get a little bit closer to the microphone. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Let me point it more towards me. There we go. That should help a little bit. Tyler, there you go. AMC Hawkeye says, good or bad? Question mark. Good or bad? Good or bad what? I thought it was good. I liked it. Is Pirate talking? His microphone's not off. Pirate, good morning. Test.
Good morning, buddy.
Test icicles?
I overslept a little bit. Overslept
Okay.
this morning.
Not
I
a
woke
problem.
up to the sound of a real soft rain hitting on that metal roof, and it was just like a lullaby.
And no thumping on posts outside, so that was probably allowing you to sleep a little bit longer, I would imagine.
Oh, they finished yesterday.
Yeah. Good for
my thoughts were with you though, buddy. I thought to myself, oh my God, the roof isn't finished yet. And I was like, Ronnie, you dolt. He's in Texas and you're in Florida. But that's just the way my mind works.
Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, it sounds to me like they've got compressors working outside right now, which means they're probably doing the nailing.
That's it. You go fast from now on.
They didn't finish your roof yesterday?
No, they didn't get it done in one day. They thought they
Did
were.
they go on strike?
No, no strike. But they did clear out. Oh, I didn't ask Melissa. Huh, did we look for the chairs? Okay, cool. We had put chairs out for him yesterday when we brought pizza for him and everything, so they could sit underneath the tree, the shady tree we got out front, and I've completely forgot about the chairs till just now. Yeah, we'll look at numbers here in about 10 minutes. We'll see what's going on in the marketplace, see what's happening. Giro says, what does the timeline... What's that?
On the Reddit post that you posted this morning in Discord, have you gotten any feedback on that?
Well, I didn't talk about it at all. Do you want to bring it up since you're bringing it up?
Well,
I don't mind talking about it. I mean, we got to throw on a tinfoil hat, of course, but you know, who doesn't like a little tinfoil hat before we get into numbers? So let me throw it on here. Hold on, tinfoil hat is on. Hopefully you can see that. All right, fire away. What you got?
I just thought it was pretty interesting how the screen grabbed the ATM and there was the GameStop symbol above it.
Mm-hmm. Which we know now is what? What do you know is what's the GameStop symbol represent now? You should know what it is now at this point. He's using that GameStop symbol. He's using that GameStop symbol to represent something.
Is it the start of something?
He's representing volume. So, and I actually linked this earlier this morning in a response to somebody. But if you go to let me just share this because I feel like, you know, it's incumbent upon me to prove theory, right? But if you scroll back in the media section of Roaring Kitty's post that he's got in here, and what you just do is go to his Twitter account. And when you get in there, you're usually on posts. Go to media, click on media, and it'll just show you a bunch of thumbnails down below. And unfortunately, because my internet's so slow right now, it's going to take a hot minute for this to show up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to go straight to the link that I posted out this morning, so that way I don't have to wait for all these thumbnails to pop up. But if you scroll down long enough, you'll get to a really old picture that he posted in his media. And lo and behold, what does that picture show? Let me pull it up. Let's stop this one. Give it a second. It's happening. My goodness. Talk about slow. There it is. There's your GameStop logo. This was posted April 15th of 2021. He was trying to tell everybody, guys, this is about volume. The symbol is representative to volume, is what he's talking about. So when you see something, whenever you see one of those logos posted somewhere, take a look at which direction it's pointing at, and understand that he's talking about volume levels, because that's really what that's what he's kind of trying to point you towards. It is a GameStop symbol that he's using, but it's it's also a representative of volume. So he's talking about something specifically in that post that you're talking about right now, right? And so here's the latest theory. I'll just throw it out there since UPS delivery guy is talking about it. The latest theory on the American flag, the notes, and the microphone, which has been something that a lot of people have been assuming has been a lot of different things. And I saw this morning and reposted on a couple different places that what I think is probably the correct answer, because it seems to make the most sense to me. So the microphone, let me pull up the post here. Give me 1 second. Let's see. So he says, this poster says, I'm making another post because I think this has now been effing solved. He's saying straight off the bat, he just says it's Bank of America. So the microphone equals MIC, right? MIC. MIC stands for Market Identifier Code. The notes that are on the page are BAC. Those are the notes. And I haven't gone in there because I am a musician, but I saw other people in the comment section here saying, can confirm, am a musician, those notes are BAC. So the Bank of America tickers and it's over a flag, an American flag. So Bank of America makes a lot of sense. But one of the videos that he links in this particular person who thinks that they solved it shows a person sitting at an ATM with the volume way up on this. Now, here's a really interesting little fun fact for you. If we take a look at the timeline, and I just got a note. I got a note here from who was it that put it in here? He said, Guerrero says, "What does the timeline have to do anything with stock related?" So let me show you. Let me show you so you understand what's going on here. These T35 settlement cycles have everything to do with what's going on with price movement. And there's 3 different cycles that I want you to particularly pay attention to here, because I'm going to throw Bank of America's price movement up on this page here. And what I want you to see here is that the first cycle, the T35 cycle that he first posted up, is this one that's up on top. Everything below it's the cycles that are after that I've included that have to do with the either certain specific events that would cause institutions to need to find shares, or are related to an event that occurred that maybe caused some buying pressure in the marketplace. So after this cycle completes, there's another cycle here that starts up when DFE had exercised his positions, which caused a T35 cycle to start, this new T35 cycle. And what I want you to see is that there's the microphone and flag and notes fall on a date here, and this red line that's on the page is Bank of America. And right where that hits is the day where Bank of America's volume starts absolutely, I'm sure it's got to be rising through the roof. I haven't gone and verified it, but July 30th, Bank of America's numbers started plummeting in price. And I'll bet you that comes with some real selling volume that occurred in there. And I think he was trying to tell us, like, you need to look and watch this. Something's going to happen. And he was trying to let us know.
Let me interrupt you for just a second.
Yeah.
Guerrero or Guerrero 9219. It's all theoretical. This is all a theory. From the very beginning, DFV did not post like a key to this, or he didn't claim that any of this is anything other than him having a little fun. So take that into consideration.
Well,
I'm not saying that it's not valid.
I would say
I'm not
he did
saying
post
it's not
a
real,
key.
but I'm just saying that.
I would say he did post a key there, but I would say that a lot, that's the reason why I'm wearing the tinfoil hat here, is that
Exactly.
some of this is speculation. The T35 cycle is a known thing, right? Like I've known about the T35 cycle since 2021. I've been trying to talk about the T35 cycle for a long time, and nobody ever listens. And so when he posted up the T35 emojis, and I posted them in there, and they landed on specific spots, I started noticing that there were some key events that are occurring in these cycles. So when you start looking at these cycles as T35 cycles of needing to find shares, and whether or not these cycles are lining up with specific emojis that are part of the key that he did provide, then I would say, yes, there's a little something going on here. But you can't. One important thing to note here is that, for example, I've got this particular emoji group right here. This T35 right here is starting on T+1 after the filing of his 5% ownership of Chewy. And Chewy started making some moves during that time, but so did GME, and that's going to cause some buying pressure that's going to be forced in the marketplace on a future date, which is it's starting a T35 cycle. So there was an event. There was definitely an event there that occurred, but I don't even have anything showing up here on in terms of the flag and the microphone and the notes for this day here. So this is more of like an identifier of this created a cycle of buying pressure that somebody's going to have to see on a future date. So, but most of all of these cycles are created by specific events, and those are real things. T35 is a real thing. It's not tinfoil hat. It is a period of time that is definitely defined by the market as something that has to be, shares have to be found over a certain period of time once a position has been created and shares have not been delivered. So it is all entirely related to why price movements may be happening on certain periods of time. But anyways, the volume, the GameStop logo is in conjunction with the volume. So if he's talking about large quantities of volume and to be looking at a specific stock, I think that that Bank of America, that part is definitely tinfoil, because there's no way we can 100% assume that he's talking about Bank of America in that, but it makes the most sense because the notes spell out BAC. The microphone appears to be leading us to potentially believe that there's a relationship to, oh gosh darn it, what's it called? I can't even remember. Oh yeah, market identifier code. And we've seen in several emojis before in the past where he's thrown up some clues that lead us to believe that it could potentially be Bank of America that he's talking about. So it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, don't take my comments as evidence that I don't believe in the theories. I just think it's important from time to time to point that out. I'm suspicious when I see brand new names that pop in, and
yeah,
I don't want anyone to think that this is if
financial.
There's going to be some that are going to there's going to be some that's going to put this out there that it's market manipulation by DFE, and that those of us who try to decode it or for the sake of entertainment follow along, that we're participating in a market manipulation. And you certainly, Casey certainly doesn't advocate that anyone tries to emulate DFV's plays or in any way use this as a playbook going forward for them to make plays.
Right.
That was kind of where I was coming from on it.
Yeah, I think it would be highly irrational to invest based off of any of this information. I think that would be. I mean, I think DFE has done a wonderful job in saying, like, hey, let's see what my 8-ball says. Like, here, let's ask Bobblehead Ross. Let's ask Bobblehead Ross.
I didn't mean to imply that any of it was inaccurate or that it wasn't logical. A lot of it's very logical. It's when somebody points out that how consistent a lot of it is, but it's important for everybody to remember that.
Yeah, Bobblehead Ross.
We're not here to encourage others to make plays.
Bobblehead Ross would like to give us a little quote here on about making positions based off of this information.
You have to have dark in order to show light. It's just like in life.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. He's usually right. I don't know.
See what the 8-ball has to say about this. It simply says yes.
Well, that doesn't help us any.
Once again, it's just like the emoji timeline. You have to extrapolate out of that what you can.
Mm-hmm.
Signals from the universe.
Adder says the cycle theory is correct, but there are many things behind the scene that disrupts these cycles, manipulation and suppression for sure. So this isn't about, the cycles aren't about price specifically. They're more about who needs to find shares and when they need to find them by. That's really what it's about. So it's not the cycles aren't there to tell you this is what's going to happen to price here or there. It's letting you know that there is a large quantities of shares that are going to need to be found within a certain period of time. And so when you get stacking cycles, you have to remember that there's three different there's three different what's the word I want to use? There's three different types of institutions that are looking for shares at different periods of time. If you start stacking some of these cycles on top of each other, you get a situation where you have a feedback of multiple institutions looking to get shares. So you could have broker dealers trying to buy shares at some points in time. You could have market makers who are trying to buy shares at some times, and you could have the NSCC trying to buy shares to complete a DTC position that has to be covered by a certain end date, which is that T35. So if all three of those are at some point trying to find shares because they're at different points in timelines on these cycles, then you have a problem. Especially if nobody has any shares to get. Pam and Paul Worldwide says, thank you for your great analysis, Casey. I actually love your tinfoil sharing and agree. It could be Bank of America. You need to speak your mind. I mean, yeah, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. And I strongly agree with this analysis of, because I mean, even to this day, I've still been confused about what I've had a lot of people say to me, like, they thought it was this stock, they thought it was that stock, they thought it was something else, they thought it was GMEs, and I've seen so many theories, but this one stands out to me as being probably the most accurate because, I mean, I don't know, it seems like very straightforward. It doesn't seem like there's very much confusion about it. I mean, the microphone MIC is market identifier code. You've got the notes spelling out BAC. Well, you know what? I haven't confirmed that. Let me confirm this because I feel like I need to confirm that part. Let me just make sure these notes spell out BAC. Let me see. I gotta go. How am I gonna do this? I gotta go find his original. I'm not gonna base this off of some emoji that somebody just posted somewhere. So I'm going to find his original post, watch the video to the point. Actually, am I going to? Yeah, I have to go to media. Give me a second because I do need to verify this. I think it's important to verify things and not just take people's word for it. And so far, I have not verified this. So give me just a second. I'm going to have to pull out my Every Good Boy Does Fine. Oh, and what was the other one? FACE, face. Let's see. To pull out. Let's see. Unfortunately, I gotta wait for these. Video not displayed. No, that's for another one. Give me a moment while I wait for these to load up. But it's 9:08. I'm gonna let these load up in the background while I start covering some numbers, and then we'll jump back into this. Give me just let me see if it pulled up already though. Yeah, it's just taking forever. Refresh. Oh, it took me right back to the beginning again. Okay, cool. There we go. We got more coming in now. All right, we'll see if that works. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen. We'll take a look at numbers. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on for the day-to-day here. And I apologize for the background noise, but they're still working on the roof today. So, not much I can do about it. Which means I'll probably need to go here in a little bit too as well, because I need to crawl back up on that roof and check out what they've done. All right, starting the top left-hand side. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to do that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. You drop it in the toilet and then you still need access to your account, so you got to have a secondary device to get that code. So yeah, do that. Also, please make sure you guys have statements of your portfolio. I got messages from both the quarter just ended, right? I got statements from both two of my brokers yesterday. Sent me emails saying that I had a statement. So you may have that in your email right now, and that's great. If you do, utilize that, get it, and see what it is that you're holding on to, and have it for your own general purposes in case something happens in the future to where you have difficulties getting into your account. All right, price prediction tally points. These are not meant as financial advice. They are simply for apes that are trying to guess price prediction as close as we possibly can for fun. And we have a four-way tie going into today, which means that if nobody guesses the correct price prediction exactly right on, it'll come down to who was the best throughout the week based off of how far they missed each day on their price predictions. So for today, we have 4 people who guessed price. 3 prices are listed. I've got the low end of the stick at 404 to 494, which means I'm guessing for 449. Then we've got Apex guessing for 450 at 405 to 495. And then we've got Nana and Tech both guessing 406 to 496. Which means that they're guessing for 451 for a close today. So we got 449 to 451 is our range. It's kind of crazy. But we are at 442 currently. We did fall back down to just about what we closed at yesterday. And then let's see, what else we got going on here? We got, moving on from there, short exempt volume yesterday was 119,000 shares going through that exchange. We did have utilization drop just slightly day over day. Yesterday, we were up 1.37% for the day. Max pain is 450 for this week for ending today. It's 450 for next week, and then $5 the week after. You need something, hon? Okay, I saw you walk out in the corner back there, and it looked like you were sneaking, and I was like... Okay. Oh, yeah. GME's max pain... 2150 today, it's 21 next week, and 20 the week after. Let's see, what do we got going on for volume through traded exchanges this morning? Normally by this time of the morning I would expect to see about 54% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 57.16% going through off exchange and EDGX at 9.45%. The combined total in that 66.61%, or about 12.61% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume for the day is 816 shares going through those exchanges. That's not very much. Nothing unusual happening there. Total amount of shares haven't been borrowed so far for the day today is coming in. Let's see, did they borrow any new shares since? Yeah, they borrowed another 200,000 shares this morning. That's going to put us at 500,000 shares borrowed since 2045 yesterday. And fees are at 1.53% with a rebate of 3.3. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 1,549 shares. Borrowing of shares since earlier this morning, it looks like there has been an additional 50,000 shares borrowed since I last looked at this. So that's 350,000 shares borrowed through IBKR, fees 0.4 and rebate at 4.43. Taking a look at institutional ownership this morning, AMC dropped a little bit for institutions to 121.684 million owned. That number has not changed. Earlier this morning, it was 103.365 for GME owned by institutions. That number has increased to 103.379. Highest amount of options in calls this morning is in regards to volume is coming in at a strike price of $5. That's 50 cents up from where it was, I think, yesterday. Yep, 50 cents up. In total, 1.8 thousand contracts in volume for the day. That's about where it was at yesterday when I left in the mid portion of the day. On puts, the highest amount of volume so far this morning is at 4.5. There's been 431 contracts so far. The market's suggesting a closing price between 450 and 5, based off that option volume. Taking a look at option volume on GME. Highest amount of call volume so far this morning is coming in at a $22 strike. On puts, it's coming in at 21, which means the market's suggesting a 21.50 close. It's at 21.49 right now, which is max pain. Taking you guys over to the other screen here. Let me move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. Yeah. That's what I thought. I'm getting that VIX pumping right back up again now. All right, starting with Ortex. Volume and borrowed shares. Ortex is reporting 420,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today on AMC. It's going to drive the estimated short share interest of the free float to 15.25%. The cost per borrow mins at 0.68. Average is 1.07 and max 3.96. There's currently 62.34 million shares reported on loan today. That's 270,000 shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 40,000 of that was in closed short interest. Let's take a look and see what some of these numbers look like on the chart. Oops, I have the wrong thing pulled up here. Hold on a second. Here's our utilization dropping slightly day over day from 36.36% to 36.12%. The on-loan amount dipping a little from 62.61 million shares to 62.34. The estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 15.25 to 15.24. And the on-loan average age per day slightly rising from 32.54 to 32.59. Security lending volume was much, much lower yesterday from 7.85 million shares to 1.17. So far for the day on GME, 11,000 shares having been returned. That's not really going to do anything to the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 9.89%. Cost per borrow ends at 0.88, average is 1.1 and max 1.14. The utilization for GME kind of increasing just a little bit. It went from 28.75 to 28.77. The on-loan amount decreasing, however, from 50.77 million shares to 50.16, which will decrease the estimated short share interest of the free float from 9.92% to 9.89, and the on-loan average age per day should be increasing since not too many shares were borrowed, and it went from 36.78 days to 37.26. Security lending volume slightly increasing from 4.81 million shares to 5.44. SSR trigger price for the day on AMC is $3.99. I ran the numbers earlier this morning, and I got $3.98. I'm pretty sure. One second. I'm kind of curious why. Oh, I know what they did. They rounded it up. It's actually 398.7, but that means it would have to break past that in order, and it would be 398 would be an SSR trip for the day-to-day on AMC. There is no option. Oh, yeah, there is option data this morning. 96.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 1.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 2.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 10.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. Not a whole lot of in the money contracts right now on AMC, but a lot out of the money. $19.08 is SSR tripping price for GME, and I got no option data showing up here on Stonko Tracker. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. As I scroll through it, you might want to check others just to kind of see what the market's doing, what retail is doing in the market. Looks like a lot of selling going on to me. I feel like retail's gotten smarter in the last couple of years. Let's see. We've got MMRI an hour, or not an hour ago, but earlier this morning at 7 o'clock when I first started live streaming Central Standard Time. Our MMRI was 251.71. It's now 251.45. So a slight drop in that. That was it jumped up by, I think, like 10 points this morning, which is really big. I mean, this shows the market's taking on a lot of risk overnight. It was actually really just this morning. But we got VIX numbers trending back up. The VIX seemed to have found a low around 1886 and is indeed trending back up now. Meanwhile, the bond yields have continued to remain the same. We're seeing, let's see what the spread is right now. The 10 years at 3.952. The 2 years at 3.861. The combined, or the spread right now is 0.091. This morning it was 0.084. So they are widening out a little. There's a little bit more of a spread between them. We started out the week at 0.169, so they've gotten a lot closer. NASDAQ is up 0.52, Dow Jones is up 0.29, the S&P 500 is up 0.35. We have 3,915 advancers to 1,587 decliners. The market is cooking with bacon grease this morning, looking hot and tasty. And retail is selling, or at least it looks like it, on what's being most heavily traded. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. The two worst sectors are real estate followed by utilities. The top two performing sectors are what is this? Financials? Yeah, financials is number one, and number two, it's kind of a tie. We'll go with consumer discretionary. It's winning right now. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Hold on a second. Alexa, stop. I don't know where she just started talking in the background. Let's see here. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. We have Silvergate down 10%. Douche Stank is up 2.75. Zion Stank Quarter is up 3.16. Wells Fargo up 3.1. Morgan Stanley up 2.61. Gold is down 0.34 and appears to be trending up after that drop-off that we had earlier this morning when all the financial reports kind of came out around 8 o'clock this morning. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Those came out at 8. Did they come out at 8 or 8:30? Yes. Those came out at 8:30, and this proves that the market started gold moved at 8:31, but I'm pretty certain the VIX started moving well before 8:30. The VIX is showing that it started moving at around 8:20, and it was actually moving down even earlier than that. I would venture to say you could even suggest that the VIX was starting to trend down maybe as early as like 5:40 this morning at Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, I think this news on the non-farm payroll numbers that came out way higher than expected is the excuse and not the reason. But gold is currently down 0.3 and consolidating. Silver is down 0.62 consolidating on maybe a slight uptrend. Ethereum Classic is down 0.45 and tanking. Trending down. The US dollar is up 0.45, consolidating right now. Right at that critical level of 102.46. Oil is currently down 0.74. It was dropping like a rock at market open and then started trending back up and looks like it's getting a recovery. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.61 to 0.63. Gap down in pre-market open or market open, and then have been consolidating since. SPY is up 0.29 and trending down since market open. VIX is down 3.76 at 19.72. It does seem to have found some support at 19. Has been rising ever since. The futures suggesting it should be around 20.65. So it's almost a point lower than where the futures are suggesting. IWM is up 0.99, trending down. VB is up 0.84, consolidating. Tesla is up 2.84, consolidating. Amazon is up 1.52, trending down. Cinemark is up 0.22, trending up. Doge is up 0.72, trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.28, trending down. GME is up 1.32, trending down. HYMC is down 0.4 and trending down. NCMI is down 0.9, trending down. Hood is up 1.78, trending down, and AMC is down 0.6, and it looks to be bouncing off of 433 and starting to trend back up again. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day on AMC, approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.45 million shares traded so far this morning. After 56 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on a pace right now for about 17 million shares traded by the end of the day. Of course, that pace is going to come down throughout the day. In pre-market this morning, I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure on our side, 48 or 43.89, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. The divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 44.96, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with the divergence in the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 41.75, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 35.82, which is below average after having dipped down into oversold territory. Has come up a little bit. On a 1-hour Ichimoku, lagging line is almost touching price line. Conversion is slightly above base, and price came out of this cloud. And I told you guys we got to break above this cloud in order for this to turn into a buy signal. Did not happen. We got the big old push down, and I'm sure nobody wants to see no institutions want to see us above 450, because that could start a little bit of buying pressure today in between 450 and or somewhere around 450 to 470. There might be some buying range in there. And so I'm sure the market is trying to avoid that at all costs. And yeah. So 450 is the magic number on the 1 hour. The 4 hours, 470. Lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. In order for us to turn into a buy signal here, price would need to drive above the cloud, which is going to be that 470 range. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. That's all I got for you guys. I don't know how much longer these guys have got to go on the roof, but I apologize.
I'm not hearing any noise there, Casey, at all. I haven't heard a single drop of noise since you started today.
Well, in the back of the big tramp, you won't, because it's the microphone's set up to kind of like filter out noise. But everybody on the live stream hears everything. Beyond everything. Yeah, it's like way more. Like there is no filter. I don't filter.
How is that?
Well, the Discord has natural filters that they put in to keep background noise out, whereas I do a direct feed into. I could put on noise cancellation stuff on, but I choose not to because I don't know why.
All right, I'm going to switch over real quick, and I just want to see if I hear anything. Hold on. 1 second.
Texas Aggie, what did you find out on your research on the? I'm not going to just take your opinion on it or your DD on it. I'm going to look at it myself as well, but I certainly would love to hear what you found. And then also, Pam and Paul Worldwide says, "May I ask why you removed my humble post?" I didn't see it. We didn't. I don't see anything removed at all. I haven't removed anybody's post today, so I'm not sure. Oh yeah, Grove saying the port's open back up. I heard that they are delaying the strike until January, and they're going to continue to honor the old contract until January, and that they are negotiating in favor of the employees to get them a pay raise by January, I guess.
I read that they got a 60% pay raise over 5 years.
Right. But that they have, I mean, they're still working off the old contract though. So that's not like set in stone yet. So that may change. Who knows? Pam, if you, there are certain tickers that I have got out there that I know people are trying to push on us, that I have blocked. So if you put in a ticker ID, that's possible that it filtered your post. So I'm not allowing people to advertise specific stocks because I don't want that around here. Let's see. I've had some people, and there's other things too that I think YouTube filters certain words. So if there's something that you may have put in there that might be on their list of things that you just can't say, like when you'll hit enter, and then your message just doesn't ever even show up. It shows up that you put it up there, but nobody else sees it. Demi's going with a 490 close. Wow. No, Nana. We've got 499. We have 459, 449. God, you're messing with me. We have 449, 450, and 451. Unless you're telling me that you accidentally meant to say 501. Because if you meant to say 501, that's not what I put you down for. Rugged says, you can't say SEC do your job. When I get too much of a, when I get like an influx of people who are trying to push a certain stock, if it gets too much, I just go in and I just throw the stock in there and like, that's it. I'll just disable, if that's the way it's going to be, I'll just disable it and nobody can put it in. Yesterday, I guess I'll do that in a little bit. Cal report. I'll do that in a little bit here. I think Cal gets on normally around like 10-ish, 10 to 10:30. So when I see him get on here, I'll throw that out there so you guys can see that. Mike says, how do you change your handle name on here? You can go in, I think you can go into your YouTube profile and change it from there, but I think you're only allowed like so many changes or something. I'm not sure. I don't do that, so I don't know. I've seen other people do it, but I think there's a period of time you have to stick with it.
Yeah, they allow you like one change every 2 weeks or something. 2 changes every month or something. It's not too restrictive, but you can't change it on a daily basis, that's for sure.
I feel like there was something else I was going to talk about this morning. Oh, we got the emojis that popped up here. Hold on a second here. They finally popped up. Let me go back in history and rewatch this again here. Here we go. Let's see. All right, let's just skip right to it. And I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere in here. It's close. Maybe, maybe not. Come on. Well, my internet sucks butt today. By the way, guys, just letting you all know, we've been having, in my neighborhood, everybody getting put onto fiber, which I'm really excited about, but I don't have yet. And systematically, over the last week or so, we've been seeing certain groups in the neighborhood talking about having outages. In fact, I told you guys about the school district sending out an email saying that the schools had an outage for about a day and a half, and the kids told us that they made them clean up around the school. I thought that was so funny. I was like, your internet went out at the school, and they can't do anything anymore? How crazy is that? How crazy is that? They can't teach if the internet goes out. I did not know that was a thing. I don't understand what... This is why we need books. What the hell? I understand the whole idea of like we need to get away from paper documents and whatnot, but I mean, come on, you can't teach without internet? I find that to be very, very odd. I can't even play this. That's how bad my internet is right now. How am I even streaming? Jeez. Hold on a second here. I find that if I go too fast on this, it's usually a Twitter thing and not necessarily my internet. Alright, here we go. Oh, no. Now, all around the world on the microphone. Okay, there we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I think, is that right? E, F. One second here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not right. Unless 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know how you would get that. Okay, the second note. I mean, if you were to count, like if the clef was, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 maybe?
I can't find a way to make it fit. I think it's disqualifying. I tried counting only the red stripes as strings. That doesn't work. I don't think there's any way you can make that fit.
It would have to be, so if you were gonna count this on the line and call that a B, and then this would be an A, then a C would have to be here, not here. Unless, wait a minute, how else could you see this? EA, it would have to be the space above in order for it to be a C. unless it's crossing. Even if it's crossing a staff, it would still have to be from, if it was going from one clef to the other clef, it would still have to be the next note up from the B. So I'm not seeing that. I actually see, like, if you were going to call it a B starting off, it would be B, A, and then this one would end up being E or F.
Yeah, that doesn't fit. You can throw that in the trash.
Yeah. How are they getting that? I don't see how that could be a BAC. This is why you always got to go and check everything. Don't just take anybody's word for it. Because that does not, I don't see how that works out. I don't see any way you could get that to make a BAC. I can go with the BA, but the C, I'm not seeing it. And I would almost say it's an F, BAF. If you were going to call it that. Let me just count some real quick in here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, that doesn't. This, even if you were to count this as like a full treble and bass clef in here, there's I think there's too many. So there's no way that it's something else then. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing it. And I don't see where did Texas Aggie ever come back and say anything about it? I don't see him. I don't think he posted anything on it on what he saw either. Frogler says, "Damn, it's a miracle I graduated. We didn't have internet at all." Yeah. All right, I gotta go back and I'm curious because I mean I do want to understand like where, you know, when somebody presents something and then it's wrong, I want to figure out like why. Like how could they? Let's see here.
Reaching. They want to see something that's not there. Trying to make the evidence fit their conclusion instead of the other way around.
Let's see. C, D. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do one better. We're going to trash that, and I'm going to put on here, C would have to be here. Yeah, I don't get it. Well, that sucks. This is why you check everything. Tendies Plus Plus says LMAO is everything green but Amy. Well, HYMC. That's not green. But I think you're going to see things kind of flipping around the other direction, perhaps.
Oh, just get the. Okay. How you doing? Doing all right?
Oh, you're hot. You're hot, Rugged. Woohoo, you're
Sorry.
hot. Yucca's going to come walking in here any second now. All right, solved on that one. We got about 12 more minutes. We'll take a look at the numbers again. Hawkeye says, are we screwed if we get EMP'd? Probably. I mean, if it's any, I mean, based on my kids' school, I mean, they literally made the kids go out and start cleaning stuff. They didn't even do school. They just went and started cleaning shit. And that's, you know, it's kind of scary a little bit. You would think that teachers would have, I mean, if it's going to be that critical, right? Like if you've got all of your systems set up in place to where students can only access their work through internet, then teachers should be able to access that through a mobile device it's not on the school system, so that they can still access whatever it is that they need to access in order to, you know, get to their teaching materials.
I think it's so very cute that you still think that education is about teaching the kids.
It is.
It's just the sweetest little thing.
No. Wait a second. Terry says it's part of the mic emoji in Twitter font. Wait, I'm confused. Why do you? I mean, why would you say that? I mean, why are you think it's just a babysitting system? I mean, come on.
Yep.
You
pretty
know
much.
how to
That's it.
multiply, right?
That's the primary. That's the primary function. Any learning that's done is incidental. But the primary function is to give a place for children to go from essentially, well, I wouldn't go so far as say birth, but from just being little toddlers all the way through to adulthood at 18 years old, where they can immediately enter the workforce. It's a place to take care of children so moms can work.
I don't know. I don't agree. I'm not happy.
Didn't start out that way.
I'm
It
not
wasn't
happy with the
designed
school
that way.
system either.
That was just it. That was how it evolved.
I'm not happy with the school system either, but I'm not going to. I don't think I would go that far. I think it needs heavy reform, but I don't think that you could. I feel like there's redeeming qualities to the education system. More than just a place to watch your kids. I will say this. Some of the more useful functions that I have learned in my lifetime that helped me out later on in life were things that my mom taught me in the 1 year, I only did it for 1 year, that I was homeschooled for. You know, she taught me how to balance a budget. She taught me, and this was, what grade was I in? I think I might have been in like second grade when she did that. When she did the homeschooling. I don't know. She'd remember better than I did, but I would. I want to say it was like second grade. So she homeschooled me for second grade, and I learned how to balance a budget in second grade. Maybe it was third. Could have been third. She gave me a budget every week. I want to say it was $20. This is back in like, let's see. If it would have been third grade, I would have been like 8 years old. Maybe she's going to say fourth grade. I don't know. It was 8 or 9 years old, right? Well, I'm not sure whenever you're supposed to learn your multiplication tables, but it was that time, whatever time that was, whatever grade. And so yeah, I think she gave, that would have been, I'm trying to think what year that would have been. 82, 83. She gave me $20 a week. I had to come up with the. I made lunches for my brother and sister, which entailed me going to the supermarket, using the $20 to shop for all of our basic lunch needs for the week, and I had to make lunches, a well balanced lunch, and so I learned about what a balanced lunch was, and I had any money that I had left over got pushed out to the next week. And if we had saved up enough money over a certain period of time, like once a month, we could go to whatever money we had left over. We'd take that and go to Chuck E. Cheese with. It was as a reward system. It was really. I learned how to balance a budget, and that's what I did. And I was looking for discounts and ways to be able to kind of make the money stretch, to try and oh, hold on a second, guys. I got somebody here. Hold on 1 minute. I gotta go answer the door. I'll be back.
Leo says they're trying to cut the money, but parents bitch about them not doing a better job. It's not the only thing that people bitch about, Leo, but I would argue it's the content, the way that the day is spent. You have increasingly an environment where the children are spending lots of their time learning about things like social engineering, race relations, all of these all of these things, and then they can't read at a third grade level. So they're doing a masterful job of cramming all sorts of ideologies, all sorts of political leanings, trying to shape their minds about social issues and things of that nature, but they're failing to teach kids how to do the thing that the actual education that they're supposed to get through mathematics, science. I have a real problem with the reading thing. If you do nothing more than teach a kid how to read and read well and write with the ability to write fairly well, then you've done your job. One could argue that you could get by without advanced mathematics or science. You could get by without social studies, history. But to think that kids are graduating from public schools who can't read tells you everything. Leo says that's what his wife does, help kids who struggle with reading and writing. Then she's one of the good ones, Leo. And I've known some amazing teachers. As a child, I remember a few, and then as an adult, I've met even more. But the sad fact of the matter is that for every, I guess it's just the nature of statistics, for every exceptional teacher, the ones who truly give a damn, who really want to teach these kids, they have their counterparty, are the clock watchers, the time punchers, the ones who are just trying to get to retirement. They burned out long ago, or they were never qualified to begin with. And so for every kid who is advantaged by spending time with your wife and advancing, there's another example of a child out there who just gets passed on from grade to grade. And the thing I learned from my personal experience was that once you fall behind in the public school system, you never catch up. See, they don't want to fail anybody or hold anybody back, because that clogs up the system. So they shove you on, they move you on to the next grade, whether you're prepared for that or not. So if a teacher falls short of her responsibilities, and I've always said this, it's not the child's job to teach himself. They're the child. It's the teacher's job to instill them, to give them the skills that they need to go on to the next level. So if the child doesn't learn in a particular grade, I would argue that the lion's share of the responsibilities falls on that teacher, and then by extension the parents, because that's a whole nother subject about parents abdicating all of the education but I digress. The point is, if you fall behind in the second or third grade and say math, you're done for the rest of it, because each level builds on what you learned previously. So if you didn't learn previously, then the new concepts coming in will be foreign to you, and you'll never catch up. So you have a system that is more about shoving the kids through without regard to whether they're ready to go forward or not. Yucca being silly. Teach these kids how to move objects with their mind. Teach them how to astral project. Yeah, Yucca, good luck with that. You might start out with teaching them how to read a Dr. Seuss book first without pointing to a particular page and saying, what this word? What this mean?
All right, I'm back. The lady had come to collect, and they're still not done with the roof. So I told her, I was like, can I just pay them when they're done? And she's like, yeah. So I'm going to go up there and check the roof out when they get completed, and then, which they think should be pretty soon. And then apparently they had 4 sections that they had estimates for repairing, for patches. They ended up doing 12. So I'm going to have to resubmit on that insurance claim.
$12 individual spots or 12 sheets?
Well, I think 12 spots, but I think what it boiled down to is seven sheets. Is what she was saying. She heard 7. Another guy she was just talking to told her 12, and I think what he meant was 12 spots, but it ended up being 7 sheets. So they said 4 sheets initially, so it's going to be 3 extra sheets.
You can put an 8-foot sheet of plywood down, and it can cover 3 rotten spots. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So they ended up repairing 12 spots instead of, which required 7 sheets worth instead of the 4 they had quoted. Which I don't know how much 3 sheets is going to cost, but I would imagine it's probably going to end up being like another $200 to $300. Maybe a little bit more for man hours. Who knows?
$100 a sheet is about what they get.
Oh, $100 a sheet?
That's what I cautioned you about this from the beginning. That's one of the scams that they pull, is to try to inflate that because it's a wiggle room thing. That's why you want to make really sure that if they say they fixed 12 sheets, because they're billing by the sheet. Yeah. So you count how many brand new sheets they put down.
Yep. Yeah, she said she was told 7. The other guy was just talking about holes, I think, or spots that they had to repair. So I think it'll end up being 7 sheets.
And that probably would fall in line if they estimated 4 and she used 7. They're going to bill you another $300.
Yeah, I think that. I actually,
that's fine.
After having been on the roof and seeing what was up there, I agree with that. I would say there was at least 7 sheets that I would have replaced worth up there. So, what? Yeah. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe. What's the size on those? 12 by 8. 12 by 4.
4 by 8.
4 by 8. Okay, 4 by 8.
4 foot wide, 8 foot long.
because I feel like you could cut each one of those into half. Because most of the boards that were up there look like half that size.
Yeah, it depends. If it's in a big open area, like out in the field, sometimes it's easier to pull the whole sheet up and put a whole new sheet down. The reason for that is because if you cut a small spot out, there's no framing underneath it.
Right.
See, to put a piece of plywood down, you have to have a 2x4 underneath or a 2x6 to nail it to one of your rafters.
Two of them, I would imagine.
The rotten spot, if the rotten spot falls out into the middle, you can't just cut out like a 10-inch by 10-inch square and miracle a piece of plywood in there. Yeah. You can fix it that way, but the first thing it requires is you go into the attic and frame it. You have to frame it all in like a window frame, 12 inches by 12 inches. Well, it's far more work to do that than just to take the sheet out and put the sheet back in.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. If it was 12 spots, and then you divide that, that 12 by the, like each sheet got two holes, right?
Right.
Then that'd be about
6,
7.
Yeah,
6 is what I'm getting, but yeah, 7,
exactly.
7.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so I think that's about right. I think they could probably done in 6, but just kind of like from visual, for having seen it, sounds about right. And the unfortunate thing is most of the spots were all really far apart from each other. None of them were like right next to each other, unfortunately.
When she gave you your invoice, was it in line with what the quote was? She just came to the door to get collected. Did she hand you the invoice to pay those guys?
No, she didn't have me anything. In fact, she was telling me that she was going to let me pay after they got done. So there was no. I think the final bill quote is still standing. I see where you're going with this. She's just going to try and tack that onto the end and not show it on paperwork anywhere.
No, I don't know that. No, not so much that. I'm just saying that will tell you whether they're trying to charge you for 12 sheets or for 7 sheets.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't get any.
It's a line item. Yeah, it's a line item.
Yeah, I'll make sure and try and get that from them. I'm not going to owe them anything else than what we've already negotiated and agreed to. So anything above and beyond that's going to have to come out with a new invoice. So.
Right.
And because I'm going to have to submit a new filing with the insurance in order for them to.
It's called a supplemental claim.
Yeah. So. Attendees is saying 35 to 50 per sheet per pure cost.
Yeah, just the cost for the material, the wood.
Ah, look at that, 10 o'clock. Should have just coated the whole roof with Flex Seal.
If you have to resubmit it, could you ask the roofers if they took pictures of the spots so you can send it in to the insurance company?
Wait, say that again? It's hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. If they had to fix those spots, could you ask the roofers if they took pictures of it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they don't do that.
He had a no, he did. He took a video of all the spots.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah,
he grabbed his phone, grabbed his cell phone, took a few pictures, did he?
Yeah, he took video, and he's going to send me video. So I'll be submitting that with the because I asked her to send that to me, and I'll get the video and I'll make sure and forward that into the claim. Melissa was doing sausage. I don't know why you guys always think it's bacon. It's kind of sausage. Let's see here. Only for you, Yucky.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that these days people can use their phone. That always escapes me. I'm showing my age a little bit. You had to have a digital camera or something, and I forget that all you got to do now is whip your cell phone out. snap a few pictures.
Polaroid.
You know what? Melissa bought one when her and I got married. We bought one of those. Oh, hold on a second. She's calling me. I gotta take this phone call. I'll be right back.
Oh, special photographs. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, Casey mentioned that before. There's a certain private collection of photos that they didn't want to have get processed at the stores. So I think he went with Polaroid, I guess, for those. I understand that. How's your cell phone service doing with that? Have you always had a metal roof, Pirate?
Yeah, on this particular house, and my farmhouse had a metal roof on it. It had what's called a 5V roof, which is the cheaper metal. It's not as good as the standing seam commercial stuff, but yeah, it's been over 20 years since I've lived in a house with a shingle roof.
Okay, I just got off the phone with her. They just said they're not charging us for it.
Oh, look at that. Good morning, everybody.
You know, maybe the pizza paid off.
What is that? What kind of phone is that? Is that a brick phone?
What?
The back phone?
The brick phone that you were on. It's a massive phone.
To answer your question, Rugged, yes, the metal roof does affect cell phone. It's pretty hard on it.
I believe it does.
Yep.
All right, never mind.
That is not a massive phone.
Good morning, guys.
That's like a regular sized phone. I mean, my hand's bigger than this phone, dude. I don't understand. Like, what do you mean massive phone?
It looked like it was a massive.
It's got a case. It's a leather case on it.
Oh, let me see. Oh yeah. I guess it looked different when you had it against your ear.
Yeah, it's not. Well, maybe you saw. Cool maybe you saw. Oh, you didn't see my headset because my headset was off. So I don't know what you saw. It's not a massive phone. That's normal.
Look at those man.
You're weird, man.
Those are man hands right there.
They are monster mittens. Let me tell you.
I don't want to be manhandled by you.
Do you know? No. If you go to Planet Hollywood, there's a
Planet Rock.
Planet Rock is the food place. Planet Hollywood.
Planet.
Dang it!
Planet Hollywood is correct.
Planet Hollywood.
Planet
okay.
Hollywood is. Yeah.
If you go to Vegas, Planet Hollywood, I don't know if that's at all the. It might be at all the locations, but they actually have a wall there with handprints of, I think, some famous actors. And maybe I don't even know if it's actors and actresses or whatnot, but I went and I placed my hand into a lot of the different imprints because I wanted to see which paw I would kind of match up the best with. 2 people. Sylvester Stallone.
Okay.
And believe it or not, but the hands are. I guess somehow or another, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone's hands are about the same size. Sylvester Stallone's wasn't as good of a fit. He has a little bit more meatier digits than I have, but Arnold Schwarzenegger's hands was like a perfect match. I mean, they fit in there like a glove. I mean, it just like my hand went in there. It was like, it just stuck right in there. I was like, damn, that's my handprint. I was really surprised. I was like, damn, he's got some small hands, Arnold.
You want to put a poll there in the chat for ladies only to answer and see if that's their preference?
No. I'm just saying Arnold Schwarzenegger does not have as big of a hands as you would think. Because
absolutely fantastic.
I've never thought my hands were huge. But they're decent size, but they're not like huge. Melissa makes fun of me. She goes, my hands are bigger than yours. That's what she says.
Wow.
She says they're the same size. She just corrected me and said they're the same size. They are not the same size. Her nails might make it as long.
English hands.
She says she has English hands. They're nice and. Hold on. Let's put these up. Let's show everybody. You don't have to get in the camera.
Did you say hi to her? Casey, did you say hi to Melissa?
Hold on. So she's got.
Can you tell her I said hi?
Look. Can we see? Tell me those are the same size.
Mine are skinnier.
But you know that she
Pretty
does.
much.
She does. They're close. They're very very close. But yeah, she does not have. I love you.
I love you too. Did you feed Bruno this morning?
Maybe not this morning.
He kept looking at his bowl, so I wasn't
Yeah.
You
No,
have-
I don't
you
think I
have
did.
lady hands.
You know, Melissa will be the first to tell you they're soft. Very very soft hands. Do you know why that is?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you do a lot of construction work.
No, surprisingly.
I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because you're gay.
That is so right.
Bigger part of your
How did you know?
part of your life, you haven't done a lot of manual construction or manual work.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're a hand model. That's why.
No, not a hand model.
What is it?
My
What is
hands.
it? You wash the dishes because you wash the dishes with
Because you use paraffin
palmolive.
wax.
What is it called?
What? Think about where I worked for 20 years. What did I do?
Oh,
You don't get a lot of you don't get a lot of calluses from a keyboard or delicate instrumentation.
What did I do for 20
You worked
years?
for,
Keyboard balance.
you worked for Pornhub.
Yeah, oh.
So, in the
gotta
semiconductor
have-
industry, you wear latex gloves or the other ones I can't think of what the nitro gloves. Oftentimes,
yeah.
depending on who you're working for, and so that's you spend I don't know, good 8 to 10 hours a night wearing nitro gloves and or latex, and I prefer the latex gloves, but your hands sweat in those gloves and get nice and soft, and boy, I tell you, I have like no ridges on my hands whatsoever. Like there is like seriously no. I feel like there's like not
Isn't
a
that-
ridge on them.
You're like George Costanza from Seinfeld. I think he goes
Yeah.
for one
Yeah.
episode where he's a hand model.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yes.
Then he wears
Yes.
the mitt.
Top notch dick beaters, man.
I would imagine that a surgeon's hands would be a lot like mine because they have to wear gloves for so long. I have surgeon's hands.
You can lubricate your hands before you put them in the glove. Like if you don't get a lot of. I don't think you get a lot of dry. Well, do you get dry weather there?
I lived in Arizona, which is pretty dry weather for a lot of my career. So, but and there were people who would put out lotion on before they put the gloves on, and I can only imagine how soft their hands were. And I wouldn't know, but I would assume I never used lotions because I thought that was like. I can't think of anything worse than like taking a hand, lotioning it up, and then throwing it in a glove for 6 hours.
Yeah, I saw you a few years ago. The other night, we were looking at your historical videos, and we saw that you did paraffin wax hand dipping videos in the wax, and then you put them in plastic in the gloves. So, I don't know if anyone else had caught those videos, but I thought that was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Spa day, Ape Spa Day.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah, we're just sitting there buying Holden, so you didn't really need to use keyboard to hit the sell button. Yeah, so we just kind of hold and yeah.
I don't think I've ever done that to my hands before. I've done that to my feet, but I've never done that to my hands.
I did that once with my stepmom.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa.
No, there's actually.
Whoa.
I will be honest with the chat. Okay, this was my dad's fourth wife, and she tend to drink quite a bit, and I was not interested in that, but there's nothing that, especially my father, I would never do that, but there was just some strange
numbers. How about
inclination.
some numbers? Sounds like numbers time.
Yeah. Apparently, some people are into that kind of genre, but I'm not.
Just trying to help you out here, man. Numbers? Would you look at that crazy coincidence? It's numbers time. Let's get into these. That was so awkward, dude. So awkward. Let's see what we got going on here. Poor Cow's listening right now, probably. Exchange traded volume normally by this time of the day, I would expect to be somewhere Right around, what are we at? 10 o'clock? A little bit past 10. 60% of our volume I would expect to see going through those exchanges. We got about 53.51% going through the off-exchange. EDGX at 9.54. For grand total, 63.05%. That's about 3.05% more than I would expect. CHX volume is 1,345 shares. GME's exchange traded volume for the day-to-days. Or actually, let's go back to AMC and check out the borrowed shares real quick here through IBKR. Only returns in the last hour, about 300,000. We'd seen so far borrowed for the day-to-day about in the last 20, well, not 24 hours. Since 2045 yesterday, we've seen about 500,000 borrowed from IBKR. So some of those have been returned. Fees are at 1.42%, rebates at 3.41. GME's showing 2,241 shares going through through CHX. The total amount of volume in borrow fees so far for the day-to-day is showing up at the same number. So about 350,000 shares going through or being borrowed. There's 500,000 available. Fees are 0.41, rebates at 4.42. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 420,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 482,000 shares. So that's a slight increase. That's really not going to impact the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 15.26%. Cost to borrow, min is at 0.54, average 1.09, and max 3.96. Total amount of shares on loan for the day is at 62.34 million shares. That's 270,000 shares less on volume today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimating about 40,000 of that was in returned short interest, short shares. GME an hour ago was showing 11,000 shares having been returned. It's now showing 142,000 shares. That's going to slightly drop that estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.88%. Cost per hour mins at 0.54, average 0.63, max 1.14. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day has been coming in at a strike price of $5 on the calls. Puts, that's no longer the case, by the way. The highest amount of volume now is at a $4.50 strike, which means the market's now suspecting price will not be closing between 4.5 and 5. Let's see here. That volume at 4.5. Well, we had at 1.8 thousand contracts at 5 an hour ago. It's now 3,000 contracts at 4.5. Highest amount of put volume also at 4.5. There's 431 contracts an hour ago. It's now 920. Like I said, market's suggesting 425 to 475. GME, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at 22. On the calls, puts at 21, targeting 2150. There's 8,000 contracts at 22 now. 2,000 contracts at 21. Market still targeting 2150. It's 2152. Taking you guys over the other page here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. MMRI was 251.46 an hour ago. It's now 252.08. Spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields is currently at 0.057. It was 0.091 earlier. We're going to have it inverted again. This is craziness. I don't think this has ever happened in market history. They're going for a double recession. Let's see. What do we got going on? I'm laughing. It's like it's not funny. That's all I know how to do when it's awkward, odd, and terrible. NASDAQ is currently up 0.42. Dow Jones is down 0.04. S&P 500 is up 0.13. We have 3,685 advancers to 2,160 decliners. The market's, 3,685 less advancing now than it was an hour ago. Not cooking with the bacon grease it was at an earlier portion of the morning. We've got sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. The worst performing sector is real estate, followed by utilities. The top performing sector, or two sectors, is financials, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. Two of them are borderline. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since closing price yesterday will get a shout out. Let's see, we have Douche Stank is pretty close, 2.37% up. Zion Stank Core up 2.81%. Wells Fargo up 2.66%. Morgan Stanley up 2.3%. It's close. And that's about it. Interestingly enough, two that I feel like are more green than often than not are actually red today. Like S&P Global is down 1.18 and BlackRock's down 2.03. It's kind of weird because most everything else is green on my list here, except for NYCB. It's kind of odd. Gold currently up 0.07. It did trend up to 2669 before starting to fall. Currently in a downtrend after having reached that height in price for the day. Silver's up 1.18. Did make a nice strong trend to 32.95, starting to fall back again. I would suggest that both of these are retesting the simple moving average. May continue to move down further if they break through those, like gold's breaking through that simple moving average right now. Silver's just now getting ready to test it, but it's printed a TD9, which means it may start trending back up again. Ethereum Classic is up 0.22 and has been trending back up since the downtrend earlier this morning. The US dollar is up 0.52 and consolidating. Oil is down 0.56, slightly trending upwards. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.64 and consolidating. And SPY is up 0.17 and slightly trending down. VIX is up, or down rather, 5.12% at 19.44, and futures are at 20.56, so it's a full point below futures numbers. IWM is up 0.78. Excuse me a minute. IWM is up 0.8% and consolidating. VB is up 0.54, consolidating. Tesla is up 3.05 and looks to be breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. Amazon is up 1.1, trending down. Centermark is up 0.52 and slightly trending up. Doge is up 1.41, trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.98, trending up. GME is up 1.51, consolidating. HYMC is down 1.78, consolidating after a downtrend. NCMI is up 1.95. There was a big candle in here on NCMI. It is currently trending upwards here, but there was a big order here on at about 11:21 for over 500,000 shares. Their average daily 3-month volume is 470,000 shares in a day, and they've already done 730,000 shares so far today. So something's going on here. Trending up. Hood is up 0.98, slightly trending down. I'd actually call this more consolidation after a trend down. AMC is down 1.94 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day. We have approximately $100,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.83 million shares traded so far. After 120 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 12.44 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. The divergence of the vortex indicator looking like it's going to occur within the next 4 hours, or the next reading. RSI is at 40.63, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 39.26, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 35.25, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.39, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp. Thank you. Thank you. Yucca, good morning.
Yep.
Yep. Let's see here.
I hope all this rain that we're getting in the panhandle of Florida doesn't move up, follow the path of the Hurricane Helene, because people are already struggling with their recovery efforts, and the last thing they need is a complete day of rain add to their miseries.
Yeah. I'm hearing so many conflicting stories about what's coming in. This is what I have. There's so much misinformation out there that I it's so hard to figure out what's real and what's not real anymore.
Yep.
I hate that.
You got to sift through a lot of the attention-seeking bullshit.
Yeah.
Try to get to some factual information.
Unfortunately, where I thought the strength of like just in general reporting by just regular people was the way of the future, unfortunately seems to not be the case anymore, because now people are kind of almost acting like media. Like, I just got to be the first person to put something out, and so I can continue to be the driving force behind,
right.
A talking point.
Speed over accuracy. Yeah.
Yeah. so without even realizing it, like people are doing exactly what media is doing. There's just no. I guess I look for like commonalities in what it is that people are saying. Like if I see enough people saying the same thing, it feels like maybe that's what is the right thing. But I mean, there's something to be said about mass psychosis too.
My favorite ones are the ones that start out with some variation of, and I'll try to quote it here, is, I don't know if it's true, but I heard.
Yeah.
When that's their lead in, I just click and move on. I'm like, yeah.
Hold on a second. What's up, hon?
Just another gossip.
An arc balance? What does that mean? We're getting bills for 30 cents. I really think we need to get rid of pennies. I really feel like we need to get rid of pennies. They're pointless. I've been saying this since 2000. Since 1999, I've been saying we need to get rid of pennies. They're absolutely a waste of space. And some people don't even realize what kind of a boost on the economy that would have to remove pennies. So everything has to be rounded to the nearest nickel.
Yep.
That would be a massive boost on the. Nobody even understands that. Like the revenue gained from boosting the economy by taking away pennies would be, because it doesn't seem like that's a lot, but when you talk about removing, or forcing people to round up to the nearest penny, it's a revenue increase, and it also generates more tax as well. It's a boost. I mean, if we wanted to, we could get rid of the nickel too and just round everything to the nearest 10 cents.
Why stop there? Just round it to $1.
Or 50 cents even. 50 cents or $1. Yeah, I'm kind of, no, to be honest with you, I'm there, believe it or not. Except for there are still things that do cost less than $1. So I don't know. I'm almost there with you. I would wager to say we still probably.
It's sad because what it is it's evidence of how bad inflation is. The simple fact of the matter is the money doesn't buy anything. Those small denominations, because of inflation, they no longer have any buying power.
Yep. I'm at the point now where I would say get rid of pennies, and 24 years, 25 years ago, I was saying get rid of pennies. I'm to the point now where I say get rid of nickels too. I don't know if I would go any higher than that. Dimes, I think.
Don't you worry your pretty little head, because they're going to get rid of all of it.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Yep. But then you
get
can
rid of all of
then
it. Even the dollars, the 5s and 10s, they're going to do away with all of it.
Then you can fractionalize everything, and you can fractionalize to like these insane amounts, right? Like 0.0000. It'll be ridiculous. Debbie says first we need to get rid of daylight saving. I have been on board with that too. I am so on board with Debbie. I have been wanting to get rid of daylight savings forever. It is pointless. It is so pointless. That was another one of my 1999 ideas. Get rid of daylight savings. Actually, I think I came up with that idea earlier on. I think I was talking about why would we still have daylight savings probably in about 1997 or 98, because I remember specifically having that conversation on a dock that I was working on with some other people, because we had to get up one early morning because they told us we had to be in by a certain time when daylight savings had hit. And I was like, this is stupid. It's not even light out yet. It was like, where are we showing up to work? And I was really pissed off, and then I started looking, and this is back when internet was just kind of becoming like a bigger-ish thing. And I looked up on the internet to find out like where daylight savings came from, and the internet was really helpful in identifying the background history on daylight savings. And when I looked it up, I was like, well, why do we still have this? It was pointless.
It was all about agriculture.
It wasn't. No, it's not. Go and look. It has nothing to do with agriculture. That's what everybody thought it was, but it actually had to do with a wartime. Really? It was wartime. Yeah, they wanted it. They were trying. It was happened during World War II, and they wanted people to start turning off their lights earlier in the day so that people wouldn't have their lights on for bombing runs on the United States.
Really, that's the first I've heard of that. I thought
everybody thought it was agriculture.
I thought it precluded the war, and it was an effort to allow crops to be harvested.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people thought. That's what everybody was telling me. I'm like, no. I don't know if I buy that. And so that's when I went and started looking it up, and it was originally for that reason. Later on, it became because they got rid of daylight savings for a while, and then they brought it back after, I think it was World War II, when World War II was happening. They brought it back because they wanted people to conserve energy, because energy was a big problem during wartime, and two, they wanted to keep people's lights off, or they wanted people's lights off earlier in the day because they didn't want people to be able to. They didn't want people, I guess, planes to come and do bombing runs on the United States. It was kind of a multifaceted. So it was energy savings and which is kind of weird though, if you think about it, because if you it actually kind of requires people to use lights more in some cases.
It's funny that you mentioned that about time of war and energy, because I got into a little bit of a dust up on Twitter with somebody who was pushing the theory that it's no big deal that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has been emptied out. The Biden administration emptied it out in order to try to gain favor. The rising pump prices were driving people crazy, and they knew that it was impacting them politically. And it was all a result of their policies that were anti, fossil fuel or what have you. But in order to try to put a Band-Aid on that, they sold all of our wartime reserves, strategic petroleum reserves, in an effort to try to pump up supply and by extension reduce the prices. And this idiot was on the Twitter trying to tell everybody that it doesn't matter anymore, that because we have so many oil wells and our domestic production levels are so high that we don't need a reserve anymore. And I'm thinking to myself, he's dumb as a bag of hammers, man. I don't understand how people can forget history or just talk on subjects that they're so uninformed of. But it seems to be the way on the internet.
What didn't make sense to me, the whole argument about the whole agricultural side to this, is that a rooster crows when the sun comes up every single day, and nobody in the agricultural field gives two craps about what time that rooster starts crowing, or what time your time says, but cares more about when that rooster starts crowing. Right? They're gonna do their production during light hours, period, of whatever time. It does not matter what time of the day it is. They'll still do what they need to do during the light hours. And that's why I think this is the most insane. Like, for people to suggest that it's agriculturally related, it's like, why? They're gonna the work's gonna get done one way or the other when that happens. But CalCal is here, and it's time for the CalCal report. I think we should put this back up on the page. Let me get this up, CalCal. That's why it didn't hold water for me. I was trying to figure out, like, who cares what time your watch says? You work when the sun comes up. Let's see what we got going on here. Cal, give me 1 second. I gotta find... There we go, sports. Alright, this is the breakdown for the week on the CalCal report. CalCal and I already lost. We both picked on the Bucks to win last night. Those aren't really the games that matter, though. It's only the games that we have differences in picks on. And some of the ones that I think Cal's gonna really he's gonna clean my. I'm pretty sure Cal's gonna clean my clock this week. I think I got him a couple of these, but we'll find out when the days come here. But the big ones that we're really kind of going to be watching is Miami, New England, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, Buffalo, Houston, Dallas, Pittsburgh, and New Orleans, Kansas City. Now, the ones that I think I'm giving away points on, I'm almost positive I'm giving up points here on the Indianapolis game. I don't know. There was a reason why I picked what I did on this one at the time, and I don't remember what it was. I think it might have to do with an injury report for Indianapolis, and I don't know what in the world made me think Jacksonville, but I did. I picked it, and I stuck with it. Miami, New England. I think without Tao, I just don't know that Miami can do this, but I might be losing a point here too, because a lot of people seem to be thinking that Miami is going to be able to win this one. I've got New England. I feel like it's going to be a little bit of an upset on this one. The other one that I might be giving away as well is this New Orleans and Kansas City. Kansas City had a lot of injuries this last week, and I think that there's a strong possibility that New Orleans could pull this off, but it's in Kansas City. I might just be giving Cal a point on that one. So these are kind of the three games that I think I might be just giving up automatically, and he might just destroy me on those. I think the ones that I do get Cal on, Pittsburgh over Dallas. I feel safe on that one, especially because it's in Pittsburgh. The other one that I feel kind of safe on as well is Bills versus Texans. I've got the Bills on that one. I feel like I'm pretty safe on that one as well. But I don't know. Maybe we'll find out I'm wrong. So that's the CalCal report there. CalCal's beating me 2 weeks to my 1 week, and we've tied a week. This week cannot be a tie, unless I guess something were to happen on a tie on one of these. We do have 5 differences in picks here, so should see a winner and a loser. That's your CalCal report. Melina says, you are correct. My dad was a farmer for 25 years, and he didn't care what time the clock said. He got up when the sun came up. Exactly. Agricultural is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. And I've never understood why that's been such a strongly... Because trust me, I have heard this... I've discussed this topic with so many people, and you're not the only one. Everybody I ever talked to about this thinks that it's agriculturally related, which I think is just so weird, though. Why? I feel like it was like maybe something that was like taught to us in school that made us think that way. Because I know here in Texas, a lot of people seem to think that it's illegal to destroy blue bonnets, and that's another one of those kind of like school taught things that isn't really true. So I don't know. I'm not sure where it comes from, but people seem to think that that's the case.
I thought that in part it had something to do with kids at school, and then the fall during harvest season to get the kids home earlier from school so they could participate. And I might be wrong on that, but I thought that that was what it was central around.
Well, here's the other interesting thing. Think about this logically with me for a minute. If you told everybody, I'm going to put you on a schedule where you're going to be mainly awake during daylight hours, what is that going to force them to do in their downtime when it's dark?
I don't know. Tell me.
They're turn on lights. So it really doesn't save energy, because if you're putting everybody on a day schedule, what you really need to do is, if you wanted to really save energy, is you need to put people on a schedule that's that forces them to not really need light during periods of time where they really don't care, right? Like the mornings.
See, that's why I'm saying that the argument that it was for saving energy is
Seems
a false
stupid.
argument.
I agree.
I don't think it was ever about arguing.
Yeah.
They can claim it on the internet, but I don't think it was ever about saving energy.
I tend to agree with you. And that's why the only other thing that makes any sense whatsoever was the fact that they wanted people to have their lights off earlier. There was mandates that were in place that they told people they had to have their lights off, and then they also did the daylight savings as well to try and force that. So I don't know. But really, the idea is to, if you really wanted to save energy, what you need to do is you need to put people on a schedule where they don't use lighting in their house as much, which would mean putting the light period in the time where you're spending it in the house in the nighttime. Like if you're going to stay up from 7 to 10, you'd want it to be light during that period of time so you don't have to use lights, and then you can just go to sleep at 10 and sleep through actual nighttime instead of having lights on. It'd be a fine balance though, because obviously, throughout the year, the time kind of changes a little bit, and in sunlight.
Well, that's
periods.
the thing. It changes. It changes from spring, summer to winter. That when you say what time's sundown, that changes. I mean, when I was in farming, we ate for years. We ate supper at 8 o'clock, sometimes 9 o'clock, because that was the end of the day. I didn't stop what I was doing, come in and have supper, and then go back out. And there's some people who did it that way. But I found the heavy meal made me too lethargic. So what we did was we made hay while the sun was shining. And when the sun went down and it became dark, that was the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think we need to get rid of it altogether. It would be really tough, though, to try and figure out, especially, because you still have to have time zones. So you'd have to come up with, some kind of, generic time where somebody would have to do some research on when the best time of the year, or not best time of the year, but the best time of the day that would need to be consistent, since you're not going to be changing the time to where it's in the middle somewhere, right? It's neither 1 hour early or 1 hour later, it's in the middle somewhere. Jonathan Taylor, high ankle sprain, probably out for Indianapolis. Rashee Rice out for Kansas City. Yeah, there's more than that though, right? For Kansas City, I think there's quite a few injuries actually. I think for Kansas City, if I'm not mistaken. Matt Harper says, meanwhile, people are sleeping with the TV and fan on, etc., so almost no savings either way. Devices get charged overnight, you name it. Yeah, exactly. Which is another, that wasn't my reason back 25 years ago, but yeah, I agree with you. It's more so now than ever. Power gets used when it gets used.
Well, if you dig down on it, drill down on it a little bit, lighting is really not the source of energy consumption. It requires very little money. The old trope of the dad walking around the house saying, "Who's leaving these lights on?" It's a light bulb burning is just an infinitesimally small, just a minor fraction of your electric bill.
But back then it was different. They didn't have LEDs, and the light bulbs were a little bit more power heavy and usage, and out of all the things, because they didn't have washer and dryers back in those days, 1918.
Your hot water heater kicks on, because somebody jumps into the shower, you're going to use more electricity than what it costs to light all the light bulbs in your house for a week. Same thing with your air conditioner. That air conditioner kicks on and that compressor lights off out there. You go out and watch that electric meter spin.
Yep.
Those are the things that are vacuuming the money out of your wallet for electricity. It's not the light bulb.
Yeah. JW says Arizona and Hawaii apparently don't participate in daylight savings. This is true. I lived in Arizona for, let's see, I guess 2003 until 2011, I think. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. So 8 years that I lived there, and I loved it. I loved not having. It was so nice to know that there was. I never had to like worry about changing a clock. It was amazing. It was wonderful. I had 8 years where I got to, I worked 12-hour shifts. If you're one of those unlucky people who works a night shift on 12-hour shifts and you happen to fall on a daylight savings one time of the year, if it happens to be a day where you're working, which usually it is, this is always on Sunday, so it's always on your shift. One portion of the year you're getting an 11-hour work day, and then another portion of the year you're getting a 13-hour work day, and it sucks. It really, really sucks. So I enjoyed that for 8 years of not having any kind of having to worry about working a 13-hour night, which was really nice. JW says my dad doesn't change his watch. He says it'll be right again soon. Cal saying longer days are way better because you get to play outside longer. I mean, so here's where I'm going to argue the other side of this. Where are you playing that they don't have lights? Like, I can't think. All of my kids have played soccer or some kind of outdoor sports thing, and even though we're on daylight savings over here, they always turn the lights on. So I don't agree with the idea that you can't play a sport or that you can't be outside playing because there's no lighting or something like that is a non-issue. I just went to baseball practice just this last week, a week ago, and nighttime. Hey, hon, what time was that baseball practice we went to for Jason the other night? What time did that start at? 8:30? 7:30? Yeah, we had a baseball practice that started at 7:30 the other night. Completely dark out when it started. We've got about 5 more minutes and we'll take a look at the numbers. Looking to see if there's any AMC news currently. Give me 1 second. Yahoo Finance had an article 18 hours ago. 18 hours ago, it said AMC Entertainment gains as market dips. What you should know, and they were talking in reference to AMC's price move up yesterday, up 1.37%. I'm not gonna read the article itself, but yeah, we're inverse the market. Go figure. I'm not sure if you guys saw this or not, but there was a lawsuit in reference to the AMC Ape stock conversion. It was affirmed. This article is saying it was affirmed again by the Delaware court. Somebody was suing once again for that AMC and Ape conversion, and with prejudice, Judge Zern ruled there to be no trial. They excused the filing. Excuse the complaint. That's probably the right way to say it.
Dismissed.
Yeah, dismissed. With prejudice. So.
Yeah. I mean,
no
that means don't bring me any more of this dumb shit.
Yep. Well, and if I don't even know if this is the case or not, but I could have sworn that AMC had put in place or had the judge file something that said that if anybody else wanted to sue for this, that they had to front up the money for to make the claim in the first place. So, which I think means that somebody's going to be out money every time they try to make this lawsuit happen.
Puts a stop to the frivolousness of it. You know, they know going into it that if they lose, it's going to cost them.
Yep. Yeah. Which was probably why she did it with what did I say? Yep. With prejudice. Yeah. So, yeah, my guess is that that means it's probably going to cost that person that filed that claim there, that complaint. So hopefully we won't see any more of those. That's the end of the news that I'm seeing here. Nothing. Doesn't look like there's anything else new as of right now. And it's numbers time. I'll take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Let's take a see what it is that we got going on right now. VIX is being ultra volatile right now. It's kind of interesting to see what's going on here. You're missing the point, Cal. If you think that it's going to shorten the daylight hours, that's not what it would do. It would actually increase your daylight hours by getting rid of daylight savings altogether. It would just change. What it would do is it would change your, instead of having your daylight hours being earlier in the morning or later in the afternoon, it would just simply balance it out so it would be right in the middle, and you would actually have, believe it or not, the same amount of daylight hours because it never changes. That's the amazing part about it. You would actually get more time, theoretically, but in actuality, it's the exact same amount of time. There's no change. It's amazing. All right, let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on. It's weird how that sun works, right? Like constantly, always on time, but everybody else wants to like change time because of it. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I would normally expect to see about 62% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We currently have 54.86% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.31. The combined total in that 64.17%. That's about 2.17% more than what I would expect by this time of the. No, I'm sorry. That's right. 2.17% more than what I would expect by this time of the day. So we're losing a little bit of price discovery to volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume is 1,345 shares. Nothing unusual about that. Taking a look at shares borrowed according to IBKR. It's only been returns in the last couple hours. Fees are at 1.42, rebates at 3.41, and there's 1.3 million shares available to borrow through IBKR. IBKR has reported about 500,000 shares borrowed since 2045 yesterday. On GME, exchange traded volume, 51.35 going through off exchange, EDGX at 8.29. The CHX volume for the day today is 2,342 shares. Also not a very big number. Let's see how many shares have been borrowed. No new shares borrowed in the last hour. The total amount of shares available to borrow is at 500,000. Fees are at 0.41, rebates at 4.42, and IBKR has reported 350,000 shares borrowed since 2045 yesterday. Ortex. 142,000. Actually, that's GME. 142,000 shares having been borrowed or returned rather by GME an hour ago. That has not changed in the last hour. But it accidentally started out with GME. Let's go with AMC here. AMC an hour ago was at 433,000 shares. I'm sorry, 482,000 shares. It's now 433, which means some shares have been returned in the last hour. It's going to put the estimated short share interest of the free float at 15.26%. The cost to borrow min is at 0.54, average is 1.09, and the max is 3.96. Taking a look at shares on loan for the day, we're looking at 62.34 million shares on loan. That's 270,000 shares less on loan today than there was the day before, and 40,000 of that is in closed short interest. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price of $4.50. It was 3,000 contracts an hour ago, and it's now sitting at 3.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts coming in at 4.5. There was 920 contracts an hour ago. It's now 973. Market suggesting a closing price between 425 and 475. We're at 436. On GME, highest amount of volume for the day today on the calls has been at $22. Puts at 21. The market's kind of suggesting a 21.50 close. There's 8.7 thousand contracts at 22 for calls. Puts at 2.1 thousand contracts, and the price is at 21.58, which is about 8 cents higher than that middle ground. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. Look at this. Look at the VIX just drawn like squiggly lines all over the place. I mean, it's up, it's down. It really doesn't know which way it wants to go here, but it's definitely acting a little volatile today. I mean, it hasn't, not that it hasn't been, but it's not really sure which direction it wants to go. Yesterday, you could see it was a very clear indication that it was trending up for the day, even though there was some volatile periods of time in there. Right now, it's just kind of, for the most part, consolidating somewhere between 19 and 1984. Currently, it's at 1904, though. MMRI was 252.08 an hour ago. It's now 252.12. Not much of a change. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields. .063. It was .057 an hour ago. NASDAQ is up 0.73, Dow Jones is up 0.36, and the S&P 500 is up 0.45. We have 3,949 advancers to 2,006 decliners. The market's more advancing this hour. On the advancing side, we've had some more securities that have moved up into the positive side of things for the day, and we're just about getting ready to get to the point to where I'd call it cooking with bacon grease here. It's really, really darn close. As we have 2,006 decliners, and anything less than 2,000 gets me calling it bacon grease. But not quite yet. It's getting close to moving back up. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today, we have real estate followed by utilities, The stronger sectors that are for the day today is financials, followed by looks like consumer discretionary. Barely. The compressor just went off. They might be done. Of the Mag 7, only one is red right now, so we have 6 green out of that. This is the market moving back the other direction here. Starting to see things go green again. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price are going to get a shout out. Silvergate's down 6%. Douche Stank is up 2.51%. Zion Stank Core is up 3.01. Wells Fargo is up 2.74. Morgan Stanley's up 2.61. JP Morgan's up 2.4. And that's it. Gold is down 0.11 and starting to trend back down again. Silver's up 1.31%, consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is up 1.19%, trending up. The US dollar is up 0.6, consolidating. Actually, let me zoom in on this just a tad bit here. It's trending up because I'm glad I zoomed in on this. US dollar is trending up. That's usually means a sign that the market's going to start trending back down again. So I'm not sure I would assume the dollar is going to continue to trend up here. And if that is the case, then the market's going to start moving down again. Oil is up 0.93%. It's also trending up. So the dollar and oil are trending the same direction, which is not normal. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.62 to 0.6. Consolidating. SPY is up 0.47, consolidating. VIX is down 6.64% at 1913. It looks like it's going to bounce off a 19 here again, retest 19. Futures suggesting it should be around 2050, which is almost a 1.5 higher than where it's at. The futures are not being drugged down by the crushing of the VIX today. IWM is up 1 point, which means the VIX should probably bounce back up again, which means the market will be coming down. IWM is up 1.19%, starting to trend back up. VB is up 0.87, consolidating after a little bit of a trend down. Tesla is up 2.48%, trending down. Amazon is up 1.43, consolidating, looking like it might want to move into a downtrend here. Cinemark is up 0.34, starting to consolidate. It's consolidating after a little bit of an uptrend. Doge is up 1.59% and trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.28%, trending up. GME is up 1.7%, consolidating. HYMC is down 2.77, trending down. NCMI is up 1.95, trending up. Hood is up 1.52, consolidating, and AMC is down 1.47% and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.7 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 159 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 11.52 million shares traded by the end of the day. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 41.66, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 42.07, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 39.36, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 49.13, which is pretty much right down the middle. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Are they still working out there, hon? Okay. The compressor's off, but I still hear stuff going on, so. But it's 11 o'clock. I gotta go. It's time. let me mute my mic, and I will see you guys closer to the end of the day. See you near close.
Take care, Casey.
things would drive me crazy. quiet around here, so I thought I'd pop in and read some news from, let's see, from Market Watch. It says B. Riley, the analyst there, says the movie theater chain and original meme stock is riding a broader industry rebound, according to analyst B. Riley. Oh, got my phone going here. Let's see. Raised financial estimates for the movie theater chain. In a note released Tuesday, Riley raised AMC's third quarter revenue estimate to $1.315 billion, up from $1.26 billion, while also lifting its estimate for interest, taxes, amortization, or adjusted EBITDA to $172 million, up from $135 million. B. Riley analyst Eric Wold pointed to an expectation that the domestic and European AMC circuits continue to benefit from share gains coming out of the pandemic amid upside industry results. As attendance continues to recover with a more consistent film slate in the years ahead, these recent trends give us increased confidence in the company's ability to surpass pre-pandemic or adjusted EBITDA levels, even if attendance never fully recovers, as we suspect it will not, wrote Wold. Let's see. He says analysts surveyed by FactSet are looking for AMC to report third quarter sales of $1.311 billion. AMC met Wall Street's expectations when the company recorded second quarter results in August. And there you have it. News that came out, I don't know, half hour ago or so. Is anybody expecting a package? UPS delivery guy just showed up in the back of the big tramp.
Howdy, Papa and Pirate.
Going.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. 10-4, good buddy. Happy National Truckers Day.
May I ask you a question? I missed what you were talking about, the news-wise.
Go ahead.
What was going on? I didn't catch it.
Just some analyst on Market Watch. There was a little article that came out a little bit ago expecting third quarter revenues. He upped the expectation to $1.315 billion. Originally, they had it at 1.26, so they think it's going to be bigger than previously estimated, and they expect the earnings to adjusted earnings before taxes and all that stuff to be 172 million versus previously they had estimated 135 million. So they were raising their expectations.
I like good news.
Yep, looks like good news.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I thought I'd pop in here. It'd been pretty quiet on the stream, so I thought I'd come in here and wake everybody up.
Yeah, it might be. I know here in Maryland it's rained for a week, so maybe everybody's out doing stuff.
Yeah, it's beautiful here in Southeast Missouri. It's a gorgeous day. Perfect. I should be out mowing is what I should be doing right now.
I'm going to do mine on Sunday. I signed up to work tomorrow to get some overtime.
It looks like we at least have Preacher, Donkey Kong, and Billy, and Highway Frog still listening, so we haven't lost everybody. You there, Pirate? I saw you had your headphones turned off there for a bit.
Yeah, I'm here.
Your Friday going?
Mrs. Pirate was talking to the dog, and I didn't want it to step on your comms.
Oh, gotcha. Nice to see Donna out there. Do they have the dock work finished, Pirate?
Yeah, the pile drivers, which is the meat and potatoes of the job, they're all finished.
Nice.
All that remains now is to put the stringers and the runners and the walking boards on, and whatever kind of boat lift they're going to put in. Yeah, I've been preoccupied, Papa Mac. I haven't been in a particularly good mood, and I've been a long ways from feeling the need to be jovial or make jokes. I'm a little jacked up over everything that's happened with this hurricane, specifically up around Asheville and all that. But it's gloomy and doomy, so I just keep it to myself.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how hard it hit. Pretty sad.
I saw Elon put out a tweet about he sent an engineer there and they kind of find his help.
I can't speak on it at length, but because it's too intertwined with politics. But, yeah, I don't feel particularly funny here lately. So.
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on right now in the world, as you say.
The rest of my commentary is too focused on politics and or geopolitical events. So that limits me to heavy breathing, the occasional belch, I guess.
Maybe I can get you to watch one of my birthday videos or something one of these days. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah. Never know.
It couldn't hurt, right?
I have plenty of things to watch. There's no shortage of things to read or pay attention to.
You know, you have at least one fan out there for heavy breathing. But Donkey Kong likes it.
There you go.
At AMC at $4.40. GME is at $21.47. AMC seems to be consolidating, I guess you could say. GME seems to be in a little bit of a downtrend. I guess Joe Biden, I just saw a press conference, said that he is encouraging Iran or Israel not to attack the oil fields in Iran. So apparently oil dropped a percentage during that conference call or that meeting because of that. I'm not sure how long that's going to last. Or we'll ever see lower gas prices over it or not, but
Gas went up 10 cents a gallon here overnight.
yeah, it goes up very quickly. It takes its time to come back down.
How you been
Well, thank-
feeling, Papa?
Not too bad. I've had my blood pressure has been all over the place, so I've had to try to adjust things for that. And I'm actually now on some medicine for it. It's trying to avoid having to do that, but it was needed, so I'm on it and keeping an eye on it. And
Yeah, I went Monday. Mine was 145 over 95. So I'm on blood thinners or whatever, but I gotta improve my diet.
yeah. Well,
It's
ever since
hard.
I got my stem cell transplant back in 2020, my blood pressure has just fluctuated all over the way. It's actually been too low. I had to be on medicine for over a year to raise it, but now it's gone the other way. So it's just been all over the map. But yeah, the diet, avoid salt, caffeine, alcohol is the big ones they say, and exercise is good, of course. And yeah, 145 over 95. That's high. You want to address that. Mike Claypool says his gas went from 242, popped up to 299 now. Pretty big jump in, I guess, a short period of time, apparently. Oh, jeweler says no alcohol? Question mark. That's what my family doctor told me when I went in with my went in to see them because of my high blood pressure. I don't drink alcohol, so that wasn't my problem. But she mentioned cut out caffeine, salt, and alcohol, and I said, well, I love to eat sunflower seeds. That was kind of my guilty pleasure here lately. Sit in bed and watch Fox News at night and eat sunflower seeds, and that's a ton of salt. So I've cut that out for the time being. Feel like I was getting a lot of caffeine, but trying to watch that as well. But Adiida says when he drank, his blood pressure was 140 over 100. Stop drinking. Now it's 113 over 72. So maybe there is something to the cutting out alcohol. Thanks. Hadn't had caffeine in about 3 years, has a few beers every few days, and tries to stay away from the salt. Sounds like a plan. There's Yucca.
Hey,
How's it going?
yeah, good. Just here printing some banners, running around. You know, today's payday for me. Everybody's coming to
Yep.
pay me, and they're picking up their jobs.
Do you ever get tipped in the trophy business or
Yeah.
tips involved?
Yeah, I think I've gotten tipped like $100 for a customer. It's not bad, huh? $100 for doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. I worked at a gas station. My tips were like quarters, and one time a lady, after filling her tires, all 4 tires up in the 30 below wind chill factor, she gave me $4. So $100 sounds pretty good. Pretty soon you won't have to pay, you don't have to pay tax on those tips, so it'll be awesome.
I don't know what that is. Tax on tipped. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. What tips?
What
Those-
tips exactly?
That cash tip evaporates.
This is just for entertainment purposes only.
Exactly.
The Christmas during COVID, I made probably almost $2,000 in tips.
Ooh.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah. They were gifts.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, congratulations. Amphibian Asphalt is his second day without a cigarette. He's winning.
Who's ass? What did you say?
Toy Frog, that is. Pirate calls him Amphibian or Asphalt Amphibian or something like that.
Oh, that's kinky. Oh, Danny boy.
Oh, no, don't start that again.
The pipes are calling. That's where's Brian at?
Can't get that out of our heads. You guys keep it going.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Brandon.
Happy Friday to everybody, right?
Happy Friday. Good buddy. Happy National Truckers Day, 10-4. What's made me want to get out my old CB radio. Most of you probably don't even know what that is. Bunch
I
of
own
kids.
one.
Okay. I actually don't anymore. I was kidding about wanting to get it out.
I used to go deeping a lot in some of the watershed behind us, and there's cell phone service, so we used to keep them in the groups to communicate.
Nice. When we traveled the country, my dad always made sure we had one in the car when we'd go cross country trips back in the 70s. You find out where all the good places to eat are from all the truckers.
If we ever lose cell phone service, right? Then you always got those to communicate.
Yeah. Well, if there's an EMP, which, I've talked about before, I don't think CBs would work either. I think they'd get knocked out, I think.
You'd have to keep it in like a Faraday cage, like in a galvanized steel garbage can. Keep a bunch of electronics in there.
Oh, Danny
It makes you
boy.
wonder if your car, it's a big metal box, would that kind of work as a Faraday cage? I wonder?
Box?
It would get through the
A great
glass, but
fish?
your
Metal
microwave would work.
Box?
Just keep it in our microwave?
Great fish?
Yeah, that would work, but your car wouldn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
We should see some maybe some northern lights up here where I am. Right, we've just had that two solar flares.
Yeah, that was a big one 2 days ago, I think. So they're saying tonight, the next 3 days, there's a real good chance that for sure with your cell phone, like if you use it as a camera, it's much more sensitive to pick up those colors. But so the human eye, it may be harder, like places like where I'm at in Missouri. But I think with my phone, they say we should be able to get some kind of interesting pictures. But solar weather is kind of like regular weather. It's kind of an art, not a science. So it could be even better than they thought, or it could be a dud. They don't know 100% at this moment. But there is a website that gives you about a 45-minute head start on they have some satellites or something that they can pick up on about 45 minutes before it hits Earth, know what it's going to do. But Pro Jeweler's asking what was my handle, and I'm trying to think. I did have one back in the 70s. I'm trying to think what it was.
Kind of handle you talking about, boy?
And for good buddy.
Mm.
Good. Yeah, I guess Pro Jeweler, would he be our most northernmost listener? He'd have the best chance at seeing the Northern Lights tonight and tomorrow night.
Pro Jeweler's he's in Florida.
Pro Jeweler's Florida. He's not going to see it. You're talking about centric content.
Yeah, he'd be the most important.
That's what I'm thinking. You're right.
I'm one. Actually, Trevor might be if he's in New York. But
we got Tech We Loves up in Minnesota, I think. Right?
Oh, he might then. Yeah. Yeah.
I-20 is southeast Missouri, Donkey Kong. My 1020.
Used to joke around and call it misery.
Yeah. It's that usually in August. It's beautiful today in October. 75, sunny. Perfect.
I heard Christmas is coming early this year.
Really?
Yep.
This is my favorite weather of the entire year. 30 degrees during the day, 55 at night. I could live like this year round if I could.
Oh yeah. Oh, Danny boy.
I'll take either one, fall or spring.
Tends to rain in the spring, so I'll have to play fall.
I didn't catch that. I don't know if you all did.
Oh, Danny boy.
I say that it rains more here in the Northeast in the spring, so I prefer the fall.
Oh, yeah, I hear you.
Oh, Danny
but
boy.
fall, you got to deal with a lot of leaves around here anyway.
Oh, Danny boy. The pipes are calling. Oh, Danny boy. Where is Danny?
That's a good question. He finally showed up last night, but it was so late I had to go to bed, so I don't know how long if he stayed on after I hung up. But
I don't even know how long he stayed on. little pervert.
I think Pirate's probably in the best shape. With a metal roof.
As far as the Faraday case?
Oh, yeah. That'll
Yeah,
help.
he was a EMP denier, but now I see why, because he knew he was protected.
Oh, Danny boy.
What's this videos I saw with people over in China putting blue tarps on their roof?
Oh, yeah.
They were claiming that the government, back in the fires out in California, the Paradise, California fires, they were claiming that
they had facts.
If you had a blue, the government would not zap you. I think at least that's the.
It was with the Maui fires as well. That blue umbrellas didn't melt, but like everything else around it.
Blue. Yeah,
So
that's weird.
The tech the government's using to fry everything, the blue reflects it or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't affect it. Yeah, the laser, the frequency.
It's some tinfoil hat bullshit, but they had a video going around YouTube. It showed a guy with a laser beam, and it would break every balloon except for the blue balloon because a laser is light amplified signal emitting radiation or whatever, and so it runs in a wavelength, and that the color blue, for whatever reason, repelled the light as opposed to absorbing it, and that prevents the laser from burning down houses with a blue roof. That's the tinfoil hat theory.
Oh, Danny boy. Yeah.
Is your metal roof blue, Pirate?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Oh,
well, look at that.
Yeah, we got ourselves a believer.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's called the paint. The metal color was called Ultra EMP Defense Blue.
So here's some more tinfoil hat stuff. I was reading that when we get heavy solar storms like the X9, the Earth absorbs a lot of that electrons, and then it releases it back, can cause earthquakes. So we'll see if something happens in the next 14 days that's unusual to normal.
That is right.
So it takes 14 days.
I always enjoy being in a can't lose situation. So I still say it's all bullshit, silliness, more flat earth, ridiculousness. But if I'm wrong, I'm good to go. Either way, I can't lose.
Let me please correct. Yeah.
I don't believe it, but could you please make my roof blue? Thank you.
Just in case.
Just in case. That 1% chance.
The 99% chance. Please.
Roger says Casey's undercover name is Cold Blue Steel.
Oh, Danny boy.
Are you going through Danny withdrawal by any chance?
I'm going through Brian withdrawal.
Mm.
He's the one that sings it.
Mm-hmm.
Danny boy. He has a better voice than mine, so
we're not going to argue with you there.
Mm-hmm. Or is he saying, "Oh, lady boy"? What is he saying? Now I gotta go back and listen to it.
Oh, he mixes it all up. He'll mix whatever we're talking about. He'll throw in there as the hook.
Yeah, he's saying, "Oh, lady boy."
If he was here right now, he'd be singing, "Oh, blue roof boy."
Oh.
And he would say, "Shut up, yucca," and he would say, "Now why?"
Now, wow.
Donkey Kong says the moon affects the ocean, so why wouldn't the sun affect the earth? Makes sense to him. Yeah, well, there's a guy, Ivan Browning. I think I've mentioned that before in the stream.
Browning?
He predicted earthquakes based on the moon phases, and he happened to guess one right anyway, and so that made him look like he knew what he's talking about. But I'm not an Ivan Browning believer at this point. There's been enough
Brown starring
false predictions.
Brown-eyed believer. What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a brown-eyed believer.
Ivan Browning. That was his name.
Mm.
But I mean,
Damn word.
if the moon can move the oceans, you know, you would think, why can't it affect the crust of the earth? There is some logic there, I guess.
That is a good question. Now, why?
What are y'all talking about up in here?
Hey.
Brown eye.
For my donkey.
Trying to figure out how come you left Canada and moved to Florida on me. What's up with that?
I don't know. I'm in San Antonio.
Now, why?
Oh, you're.
Now, why?
Are you traveling, Pro Jeweler?
It's
Do what?
Far Out Friday.
No, I'm not traveling.
Oh.
He's a traveling man. Only when he
I'm
gets
sitting
pulled
at-
over, he'll say that. I'm traveling,
sitting at-
officer.
Look, I'll show you what I do.
Officer,
I
I'm
gotta-
just traveling.
So your home base is Florida or Texas?
Oh, now it's Florida.
Yeah.
Is this an interview?
Yes. What color is your roof?
Yeah, what color is your roof?
I got a silver metal roof. It's,
You're not a believer then. You're not in the club. Never mind.
well,
And
I got up there and I polished it, so it's like a
Ooh,
big mirror. So
Yeah.
anything hits it, it's just going to go right off and
Well,
bounce
if
off.
if your name's Pro Jeweler, I would expect your roof to be silver. I mean, that makes
Or
sense.
diamond.
Or
gold.
clear. Or see-through. But the question is, everybody's asking, what's the color of your thong?
Oh my gosh.
Well,
I don't know. Let me check. Let me look. I don't see which one. It's black today.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Remember, listeners right now are now paying for the extra XXX surcharge right now, so it is an extra fee for listening.
Yeah.
It's
Your points
Friday.
are double, and the points don't matter. The Monkees did sing the song "I Am a Believer," but I don't think it was "I'm a Brown-Eyed Believer."
Monkeys? What monkeys? Are those the same? Are those the same monkeys that were supposed to arrive with my spray?
No,
Yeah,
spray.
they were supposed to help you hydro dip.
They never arrived with my spray. That's what went wrong here.
You need to do your hydro dip theme to "Hey Hey, We're the Monkeys." They like to monkey around. We're too busy singing.
His hydro dipping theme song is "Another One Bites the Dust." It never survived.
We got a new lobster today. Our other one died.
Is it blue?
Yeah,
gonna eat it?
is blue.
Ooh, the laser
No.
won't hurt.
It's not very big. I mean, it might have a 1-inch tail. They're not very big. We got to fatten him up.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that won't feed very many people. 1-inch tail.
Ooh.
Yeah, I prefer my tail a little bit bigger.
There you go.
That's right.
Rugged's going to have to raise the prices even more.
I know. Yeah.
Am I getting banned?
Nah, you're
We,
good.
we don't have access to the banner. KC
Oh.
can only do that, and he's
He's
not
on
here yet.
vacation.
I was trying to figure out why. Now, why? Today is really sucking. It's really sucking hard today.
Is it sucky Fridays?
Yeah, but it's not in the sucky good way. It's in the sucky bad way.
Not the Figueroa way.
Yeah.
Oh, Danny boy.
AMC is at $4.40. GME is at $21.47.
Oh, Danny boy.
I have to say that
the pops are calling.
take away our FCC license. Hey, Yuck, has anyone ever told you you have a good voice?
Yes, they have.
Really?
I know where that was going.
Was it your mother? Was it your mother that said that?
I know where that was going, because he was gonna say, "Well, then you shouldn't sing." I think that's where you're taking
You're
it.
pretty sharp there.
Yeah,
You're gonna have
it's
to get
that
up a little
old.
bit mad if I want to fool Yucca.
It's like the other one that they say, "Hey, who sings this song?" Oh, this person. Well, let's keep it that way. You know.
Brother like to say, "Is your face hurting?" No. What's killing me?
I reckon these strokes a mean organ.
Ooh, stroke it.
We're talking about monkeys again?
How about this one? Why does a nurse always carry a red marker?
Why does a nurse always carry a red?
Yeah, Danny sent in this joke, right?
Is this a Chat GPT joke or?
Nah, man.
Okay.
Is this punchline going to require the banner?
It might not.
We give up.
You know, a Sharpie, a red crayon, whatever you want to name it. Why?
I don't know. I don't know. Why? Now, why does a nurse carry a red marker?
Just in case she needs to draw blood.
Oh boy. I'm disappointed it's actually clean from Yucca.
It's too clean for you?
For Yucca.
That was a little clean.
That was too clean, huh?
It's like a Papa Mac joke.
That was right. Try to keep it clean.
Keep it tight.
Keep it tight. How many subscribers did we lose on that joke?
I think we're gaining subscribers.
Well, when I started, because it was so quiet, we were like drifting into the upper 40s, but we're in the upper 60s now, so we're heading in the right direction.
Ooh, nice.
If you unsubscribe, we won't hold it against you.
Yeah.
Now why?
I'm wondering if everybody in the chat knows what "now why" is referring to.
Well,
I hope so.
I don't even know what it refers to. I know who says it all the time, but I don't know what it's about.
Is that the toothless investor?
No.
Oh, we're not.
Of course not.
Oh. Where does that come from?
You just said
Let's just do a deep dive on it.
Yeah. Now why are you asking these questions?
I'm going to Google that.
You made it better.
I just assumed it was a Brianism. I didn't know it really had an origin, like a
It
real
does
meaning.
have an origin. I got to step away for a quick
You
meeting
gotta
with
be
the
kidding,
director.
right? You've
You
never
got.
seen
I dare you to ask.
Common Sense Investor.
All right,
Common Sense Investor. Come, hey, another video.
Papa Mac, you've never seen the Common Sense Investor?
I don't know I don't think I have.
That's what it refers to.
You're missing out, buddy.
Is he still active?
He is an active member.
Or
he has.
I'll be back in a bit.
All right, keep it tight.
Yeah. Brian's a moderator over there on that channel, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Which is smaller, 3 microns or 4 microns?
4.
What about 9 microns? Is 3 still smaller? Okay.
I'm just guessing here, man.
Well, it's too late now. I'm committed to this 3-micron sanding paper here. If it screws up this project, I'm going to blame you.
If somebody said you want 3 gold bars or 9 gold bars, I would say 9 is more, but maybe in the micron world, it's an upside down.
In the wiring world,
Actually,
like the gauge, the bigger the gauge, the smaller it gets.
Well, it gets right, but
So
in the okay, so
micron is a
okay,
weight,
here I'm
right?
finding out. Right.
Now
no,
what?
a micron. Now, yeah. Okay, so 14,000 mesh is 1 micron. 8,000 mesh is 3 microns. So the lower the number, the higher grit. The more finer the grit.
The grip or the grid?
Grit.
So micron is a measurement, not a weight?
No.
Yeah, micron is it's a measurement of abrasive. So, like, Yucca, he'd be like 120.
Also used in water filters.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Okay.
Do you wet it?
There you go. I would be like, I'm so smooth, I would be like 1 micron. I got some what is this? This is 3,000 grit.
Grit was how you do the smooth. You can buy sandpaper, 50 grit, 80
mesh. Or you call it mesh, 4,000 mesh or 3,000 mesh.
How do you like your grid?
I like my grits with butter and salt.
I like you can kiss my grits, Yucca.
Ooh, that's a southern throwdown right there.
Anybody remember that TV show, Kiss My Grits?
Yeah, that's on Pornhub.
Flo, the waitress?
Yep, Flo the waitress.
Mel's Diner.
Mel's Diner? What the hell? Oh, Danny boy.
So 3 microns. We're going to do this 3-micron mesh.
Do what you got to do.
I'm trying to get it done. Get her done.
Get her done.
The weekend is upon us.
Take it.
Yeah.
Fuzzy Friday, get her done. Freaky Friday.
Or is it Juicy Friday?
What color is your thong, Yako, that you're wearing?
I'm not wearing a thong.
He wears a
commando.
I'm commando.
Blue one so it doesn't get burned off.
That's right.
I've got to work on my impression of Brian. Fru's got it down pretty good.
It's because they sleep in the same bed.
High voice. I gotta go cook.
Same bed. When you sleep in the same bed with Brian, you can get it down.
Well, I'm not that.
Same bed.
Yucca, you get in the bathtub with Brian, so you have no room to talk.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting the hang of it now. You see, the pipes are cold.
I wonder how many listeners are saying, "What the heck did Papa Mac just say? Yucca's in the bathtub? What?" That has an origin story too.
Papa, what are they calling? They're calling for you, Papa.
Oh, I see what's going on here.
Handle it. That's another. Was that from Mel's Diner? Handle it.
I don't know.
But Donkey Kong put it in chat. I know that phraseology that's from a TV show. I just don't remember who's the character.
I was a pretty big fan of TV until Fonzie jumped the shark on Happy Days, and after that, I lost interest.
Yeah. They said he did that, but the show still went on like another 3 years. So everybody thinks, jump the shark means when something kind of ends. but it really, I guess, was the peak, I guess you could say, when everything was downhill from that point on. But
it's when the it's kind of like the curtains pull back a little bit. You see that the show's really not what you thought it was.
they kind of feel like they had done every theme and every
Yeah, the
explored
lazy,
and
right. The writers got lazy.
yeah, they were phoning it
You're like,
in at the point.
yeah, what was that crazy idea you had 3 months ago? Fonzie's going to jump a shark on a motorcycle. Well, that's the best thing we got. Let's go with that.
Yeah, he can wear a leather jacket in the lake. That makes sense.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, he can water ski with a leather jacket. That makes perfect sense.
Me
You sure?
or Danny Boy?
You can ski with Danny Boy.
Oh, baby, baby, man. Isn't that from Britney Spears?
Do what?
I heard like the Britney Spears intro.
That was
in the
my
background.
ringtone on my phone.
Oh,
Mrs. Pirate sent me a text, and that's her. That's got this ringtone I have assigned to her. It's stripper music,
Ooh,
burlesque.
that's right.
I better change my ringtone to Sandy, so I don't want to get it confused. Handled it. But Donkey Kong says was from the show Carter Country, which I vaguely remember.
Yeah, vaguely remember.
Take it. Take it. Not from that.
Danny should be here. He said they only had half a day of school today, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or at least his kid only had half a day. I don't know if maybe Danny had to go to work all day, perhaps.
Oh, Danny.
Go ahead and sing it. The now why is it's common sense investor is the guy.
Yeah. He'd have a habit of, that was one of his go-to phrases. He would punctuate his comments by saying, now why? We'd see the FTDs, or if he was speaking about FTD, now why? And he had a really heavy accent combined with the fact that, let's just say it didn't appear to have the best of dental health. So, and that was stereotypical of somebody perhaps maybe a lower IQ. And then you combine that with he broadcast out of what would be, in the old days, we called them a trailer. They call it manufactured housing now, but it's a trailer. And that too was kind of a stereotype of, poor white trash, or certainly poor living in, the whole trailer parks type thing. So the joke was, you got a guy that's got teeth missing in a trailer giving financial advice. And then because of that, he kind of became, so some of us, he became a little bit of a joke. He would constantly say, so then they picked up on the whole, now why? And now there you have it.
He had a thick country accent as well.
Yeah.
Did he have the Pall Malls hanging out of his pocket on the front of his shirt?
Yeah. He had a habit of, not a habit, from time to time, I guess he'd get really drunk and go live and kind of embarrass himself, which I guess he's not alone in that. Apparently there's been more than a few content providers who've made that grievous error.
Tony De Niro to me.
Yeah.
The
difference was Tony De Niro is a piece of shit, just a nasty piece of work that literally everything that you find repugnant in a person. Whereas I never got that sense from the common sense investor. I just thought it was laughable that a guy. I just thought it was amazing that that's how the internet works. That a guy that's like I just described him, and I'm fairly accurate and fair. I'm not I'm not making judgments. I'm just describing him. Would put himself forth as somebody who's knowledgeable and has an opinion to be respected on matters of investing in finance. But here we are. And don't get me wrong, man. He's got a following. He's got thousands of people have lended him an ear.
We can't
maybe that says more about fucking people than it does him.
We all meet in the van. We can't be too judgmental.
Well, it's all hyperbole. I mean, you know.
What?
But this guy's actually in a trailer.
And he's going to interview Haktua Chick in a few weeks.
I would argue whose opinion is more valid or more interesting? Who would you give more weight to their thoughts? A retired, fighter pilot who flies jumbo jets for an airline?
That's just crazy.
Would you listen to his thoughts and theories, or would you listen to the common sense investor who was what I described before? And I think that's the part that I find amusing.
If we took an
that had more teeth.
Go
ahead, Tech.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say if we did an informal poll, you know how like sometimes the cover band can be like better than the original. I think Rugged's impersonation sounds way better.
Oh really? Okay.
I think Foo Dog is if I had to guess, Foo Dog's probably the top notch. Foo Dog can do that, and he can do a few other impressions that are scary how accurate they are, at least the way they sound.
I hate to admit this, but he actually has some talent.
Who?
Foo.
Yeah, sometimes I get Rugged and Foo confused.
Really?
Well, Rugged's got some pretty good.
I have to do that. One is gay, the other one is not. Like, how do you do that?
Yucca has his own conversations sometimes.
Oh my god. So funny.
Damn it all.
Yep.
But yeah, Foo could be doing a Brian impression, and I have to look at Discord to see which one's going green to see who's talking because he's.
It's fool me.
Yeah.
Fool me once.
Shame on him.
Fool me twice. Fool me twice.
Shame on
me. Oh boy. Anyway. So, if there's an attack, I just got to stick my phone in the microwave. Is that how I save it?
Yeah, make sure you turn the microwave off, though.
Well, just how long do you think an electromagnetic pulse would take if it's set off at atmosphere before the pulse would hit the ground? I'm not an engineer, but I'm going to guess
seconds,
half a second, two seconds, maybe. I don't know, something like that. So I don't know where somebody is going to discern that it has taken place, then notify you of that, and then you have the. I mean, how's that add up?
It doesn't. I'm gonna have to carry a small microwave with me everywhere I go.
Keep your items in there for the event happening.
Yeah, you either got to get an old piece of shit microwave and put it in your closet and store your cell phone in there 24/7, or not.
Those like 30
You're not going to be able to run around and shove all your cell phones into a microwave so that after the zap hits, you'll be good.
And I keep a bunch of shit in that garbage can, right out in the shed.
Yeah, you got a can out in the shed.
I've been on a Twitter rant here lately, and I can tell you this: what you see happening right now in the Carolinas as a result of this disaster, what you see right now is a real-time example of what you can expect in your hometown if you have like a nuclear event, a biological attack, an EMP, any of those things, if you have a mass casualty event, a giant disaster in your hometown, this is about you're getting a firsthand glance, real time, of exactly how you can expect your government to react. And it's we're over a week into this, and they're just now getting around to helping these people. I mean, there's people who might have been alive for a day or two under trees or trapped who've long since died because of the failure of your government to act in a swift manner. I've been livid over this shit. FEMA should be disbanded tomorrow and sent home. If people knew how much money we spend on FEMA, and then you say, what do we get for that? It's all a giant fucking con. All of it.
It all gets sent to Ukraine, doesn't it?
I was reading somewhere they had 13 trucks sitting in Greenville just waiting to be dispatched, and they didn't dispatch them for like day 5 or 6.
Do you know who FEMA's good for? The employees of FEMA. It's the same shit, man. They're just more pigs feeding at a federal hog trough. They don't provide any valuable service. They don't come anywhere close to giving you a value for the dollar, for the amount of money we put into that. Worst case scenario, split all that money up and give it to each state. Give it to each state to use with their National Guard, make disaster recovery part of the National Guard's mandate, and be done with all this foolishness.
Yep. When we had Hurricane Ian, and I made it back to my house, there's Coast Guard choppers flying overhead low because they're rescuing people about a mile south of me. And I made it back to my house. The first people I encountered that were there to help was the Cajun Navy.
Yeah, neighbors helping neighbors.
They had dog food. They had hay for horses. They had cat food. They were making meals. You could drive through there and they give you water and ice and canned goods if you needed them, right? And then the second people I encountered, which was probably day 2 or 3, was the Red Cross.
Salvation Army. I was going to say Salvation Army or the Red Cross. Yep.
Red Cross.
They handed out meals. They drove through our neighborhoods, and you could walk out to the truck and get a spaghetti pasta dinner with a tiny little salad and a piece of garlic bread and a bottle of water. And all they asked is that you say thank you. And that's the kind of shit that you say, okay, that makes the difference, man. I see where the value is there. But the problem you're having from your federal agencies is you're not getting any of that. They've got all these fancy paying jobs, and all these people have their trailers and their response vehicles and all that jerk off shit that they dump way too much money into. And now it's time to do something, and it's nothing. Then if what I'm reading is accurate, they're actually showing up and saying, we're in charge now. Nothing happens that we don't control. I'm reading stories about them throwing people out of church parking lots and stuff. And I get it. If somebody's engaged in something that's really negatively hurting them, I can see that. But just to say we're in charge of all of this now and nothing happens unless we give our premature on it is ridiculous. I mean,
the sheriff down here in Lee County was butting heads with FEMA. They were running, rescue operations out of the airport out to Sanibel Island and Fort Myers Beach Island because it was really bad out there. I mean, you couldn't get across the causeways out there.
The point I'm trying to make is that they get paid all this money for FEMA. Not only do they not do anything, but then they act as a hurdle for people who are trying to help. It's bad enough that they're not doing a fucking thing to get a bridge built or push some dirt into a hole so a truck can make it across. They're not participating in any of those activities. And furthermore, they're trying to preempt me from doing it. A guy, some dude that happens to have a bulldozer in his backyard or a dump truck. And it's like, so it makes you scratch your head and go, and it's all about control. This need for everybody to be in charge. The same concept of telling people they can't go to their homes. I mean, I'm like, that's one of the reasons why people fail to evacuate. And I was one of them because I've seen them where people leave their homes and then they come back and the government says, yeah, you can't go in there yet. It's not safe. And I'm like, who gave my government this authority over me? I'm not breaking any law. Show me a law that was passed that said you get to determine where I can go as far as my own personal property now. I'm not talking about going onto a military base
It's
or something.
for your own
But I saw it with
safety.
my own fucking.
Exactly.
Exactly. And again, I'm a grown man. I don't need a father. I'm 18 years old. When I was under 18, my dad would tell me what I needed to do, because it was his responsibility to keep me safe. Once I became an adult and a free man, I don't need my government coming between me and my personal property, my legal property, my home, and telling me that the reason is for my own good. I don't ever remember a congressman putting a law before Congress that said they have the power to do that.
Yeah. And then what's worse is all the, like my flood insurance, I pay, I'm required to pay it because I'm in a zone. So until I pay my house off, then I can decide, I don't want to pay the $750 a month or $1,200 a month or whatever it is. So all that money's flowing in from private individuals. And then on top of that, they've got a budget from the government. And yet they don't have any money.
They never have money.
I don't know if you guys saw it or not. I posted up the video of the completed roof in the back of the big tramp.
Ooh, look at his back.
Yep.
Are you the proud owner of a new roof?
I am.
Yeah.
Yep.
The roof is on fire.
Not anymore.
Hey, you're supposed to be blue. What happened?
Blue? What do you mean?
Yep.
For your own safety.
Come on. For your own
You
safety.
can have a blue roof.
Oh,
Did Citadel
yeah.
not afford it?
Damn
it.
When the
Citadel didn't pay for
laser,
it.
when the laser comes off the
Oh,
satellite,
damn it.
with that laser coming out of space and setting everything on fire.
Well, that's what I got tinfoil. That's what I got the tinfoil for.
That's gonna melt.
Can't melt it if it's reflecting off of it.
You have one of those little fire blankets?
Look at that.
That's right. Yep.
Don't talk dirty like that.
Did they paint your little spouts? Did they spray paint your
Yeah.
little spouts coming out of your roof?
Yeah, check it out. Check out the video. They spray painted it all. It
looks
looks pretty good.
I'm like talking dirty to him like that.
I was actually impressed how nice they looked when I went up there. I was like, and then I braved my way back up again to the top up there. I didn't know if I was gonna. I was kind of a little going like, nah, I don't know if I want to go back. Melissa was like, I told her, I said, I don't want to go back up there, and she's like, well, don't. And I was like, I'm not gonna just let these guys just like walk off without going up there and at least looking at it. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I mean, I'm still gonna go up there and look at it.
Yeah, right. You're looking into the neighbor's window. That's what you want to go to look.
Or you needed to have a drone. You could have a drone out there.
Did you get dizzy when you were up there?
No, I don't get dizzy. So I get like I actually don't have any problem once I'm up. It's really more about just being on the ladder and once I'm up there, I'm fine. There's no problems unless of course I get close to the edge or something like that. But being on the ladder portion of it is what really kills me because I just know that I don't have. Like I said, I like rock climbing a lot, and being in a harness and having a rope attached to me makes me feel safe, and I don't have any problems with the heights at all. Like I've never had a problem with height.
So you have a fear of ladders, is what it is.
No,
this ladder theme keeps coming up.
No, because here's another example.
I mean,
if I get into a high-rise building and somebody asks me to lean up against the glass of a high-rise building, I won't do it. I can't do it. It's too nerve-wracking.
No.
Is it because we've been ladder attacked so many times on AMC that now it's transferred over to real life?
No, and then another thing that I did is I went to two different things I did actually. I went to the Grand Canyon with Bradley, and we walked on that glass
bridge.
The glass bridge.
Oh, yeah.
Had a hard time with that. I had a real hard time with that. But I did it. But I had a real hard time with it. The other thing is in downtown Austin, or in the F1 Formula racetrack that we have here, they have a sky bridge. It's not a sky bridge. It's a sky tower, and you can go up to the top of the tower, and they've got a glass floor spot on the top of this tower. So you're like, I don't know. I want to say like, gosh, man, I want to say like maybe 5 or 6 stories up. It might even be more than that. And you're up there, and you can walk over this little glass area that is a clear view down to the ground, and I couldn't walk over the top of it. I was like, I was paralyzed. But I didn't have any problem being up there at all. I could walk up to the edge and hold on to the railing or something like that or whatever. But it's that looking straight down and just seeing glass below me kills me. I can't do that. Maybe, actually, if I had a harness on and a rope attached to me, I could walk all over it and I would be like, yay, and I'd jump up and down and no problems. But for some reason, without that safety net, like that, I just don't trust the glass, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Like I feel... Jeweler, I would. I just wanted to tell you, I don't have an issue with the authorities putting a man up at the beginning of our subdivision or your neighborhood to keep out looters or looky-loos. What I was getting at is if I can pull out my driver's license and show you that's my address and I own that house over there, I'm going to go clean my shit up, see what I can salvage. I just say it's a violation of my constitutional right. I'm not breaking any law. I understand the need to keep, for a police agency to pull up and say, hey, listen, we just can't, we got to limit the traffic into here. Where I draw the distinction is if I can prove that I own it and I'm an adult, I should be allowed access to it. So I just wanted you to know that.
That's right.
Yeah, you pay the property taxes.
I could also skydive. I wouldn't have a problem skydiving either.
Yeah.
You
no
are
problem.
just
really.
You are
no problem jumping out of. Yeah. No problem jumping out of a perfectly good airplane as long as I got a parachute on.
How about
I have a friend of mine is a skydive instructor, and he's offered many times for me to go, jump for free, but I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
he's hitting on
not
you.
Doing it.
You know what I don't like though? I don't know. I've never tried bungee jumping before. I don't know if I could do that.
Don't do it.
I don't know why, but I don't know. I don't feel like I could do that.
It was scarier than skydiving.
Nope. Don't do it. That shit gets wrapped around your neck. It'll snap it off.
Yeah, I just don't like the concept of it in general. I just don't. I mean, I don't know the age of the bungee cord. I don't know how many jumps have been done on it. I don't know any of the. It's just, it seems like there's a lot of issues there that I just don't want to deal with.
You don't want to be the first one in case they calculated the wrong length.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. They got to calculate what the weight is, and what if I lie and I'm off by 15 pounds? Does it make a difference? Or I hit my, do I end up smacking my head?
Glad.
Oh, Danny boy.
Yeah. But Donkey Kong's saying the spy is tanking.
Ooh.
We're getting the end of the day spy tank. No, it's
That
spy
breaks
ripping.
my heart.
It looks it's ripping. It's not tanking. It's ripping.
It's ripping. That's going the wrong way.
Yep, it's going up.
Come on, Badonk. Come on,
It is.
Badonk.
It's one. It's like 1.3 off from being the highest ever. Yep.
Badonk.
Unfortunately, it is that time of the day.
For you, maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yep. Time to shut her down.
Get her done.
Yep, I think I might
Get
have
her
some
done.
interviews coming up in the next week or so here. It's I'm getting some response back now all of a sudden. So it's kind of exciting.
You're going to be gainfully employed.
Yeah, maybe. Might be a minute. I said 3 weeks, and I think that it's very possible. We'll see.
Wow.
Danny boy.
Jeffrey Jones says, however, the official absentee ballot and return envelope were glued shut. Wait. I live in Finland and received my absentee ballot for Pennsylvania. However, the official absentee ballot and return envelope were glued shut.
That's right.
They went ahead and voted for Jeffrey. He just didn't know it.
Somebody dead voted for him.
Use a
steamer.
Steamer. Yeah, I was just gonna say use a steamer or a iron with a mister, and get that glue nice and hot and steamy, and then you can just open it up like that.
Yeah, if that doesn't work, take a razor blade to it and just cut it. Leave the glued part affixed. Cut it open. Vote, repackage it, and glue it back up.
This is not postal advice.
More appropriately, make sure you videotape yourself doing it because, man, if that's already voted when you I'm assuming that there's something already on the inside that's got the ballot
It may
inside
be
of
pre-filled out.
Yeah, see if it's pre-filled out. So videotape
Pre-voted.
to see.
It's pre-voted for you.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case. It looks to me like it just got in a moist environment. Heavy humidity. That's all it takes.
Yeah. All right. I got to get out of here, guys. It's time to go. It's well past time to go.
Well,
So-
get out of here.
Yep.
Keep it tight.
I will see you
Well,
guys
come
in the
back.
back of the big tramp here in just a few minutes.
Keep it tight.
See you later.
Have a good weekend.
Now on.
Unfortunately, guys, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend ahead of you. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie. There's some really good movies. I enjoyed Joker 2 quite a bit. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great one.
When the nights are getting cold and you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shittles who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. There will be shittles who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. For about 90 seconds, we launch a space shuttle discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Clear 5 mics. How many?
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.